Abdulaziz El Faisal at the wheel at the moment. In 8th position overall, done 3 stops, but leading that class comfortably. Second place car is a lap back, and that is the car that was leading early on, the 45 Forch Racing Porsche. In A6 AM, that is the second place car, the Fat Autotech 11 Porsche. In SP2, the leader is the GC Automobile number 150, the BMW shaped car, and that is in 19th overall. Second position there is a bit further back down the field, as I remember. I think that's on the second page, yeah. That is down in 30th position. 98 laps to the leader's 102. In SP3, the leader is the Nova Race 205. We saw in one of the Nova Race cars with problems earlier on, but the Ginetta G50 205 is leading its class. That's SP3 on 99 laps in 28th position. And the second SP3 car is the Optima Motorsport, the 163 Ginetta, and that is on 98 laps, so there's a lap between them. The Cup BMW class for 235 BMWs, that is being led by the 76 team on 95 laps. The 76 team being Racehouse Motorsport, the German entered BMW 235. A5 is the number 80, they're leading that class at the moment, and that's the RTR Project BMW E46, this is the Czech team. That car is in 38th position, and just a minute and 44 ahead of the JR Motorsports similar car, the 77 car, in second place. Mission Possible just doing their driver change down in the pit lane. The 70 car making another pit stop, and I'll just round up with the A3T and the A2 class leaders. The A3T is the number 95, which is the Mehmet Ovalby Dual Racing Seat Leon Super Cooper, the 95 car, and I think it's one back. I think it was on that same page, Paula. The A3T second place car is the 104 car, so that's a little bit further back. That's laps between them. Just go back one page, Paul, if you don't mind, on the timing. Because the other one I didn't mention was the A2, and the A2 is the 86 Bezaplast Racing Mini in 47th position, having completed 94 laps, and its nearest challenger on 93 laps is the 117 VDS Racing car. That 117 is the Honda Civic Type R, and there's a lap between them. I think that's all the classes that we've cleared off there.
There's some great racing going on, although we've got practically a lap separating first from second, although not quite a lap, because the FAC Autotech car is just on the lead lap. Stefan Mucker is the first of the lapped runners in third place, but some very close racing going on. 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th places. In 13th place, it's that Nissan, Ahmed bin Kanan, who is in 7th place in his class, but only 17 seconds ahead of Jaromir Jiric in a Porsche 997 Cup car, different class, but in the Jaromir Jiric in the Ferrari 458 Italia, car number 4, and the Ferrari closing on Bin Kanan, but at the moment Juric unable to quite close enough to the Nissan. Behind the behind the Ferrari, Nissan ahead of the Ferrari, and then behind that is the GDL Racing Porsche 997 car, number 87, with Lim Kyong Liam at the wheel, and that's just 20 seconds behind. And a further 10 seconds behind that is number 45, the Porsche 997 Cup car of Grzegorz Moszulski, and immediately behind that is another 997 Cup car of Gerwin Schuring, number 25, the Black Falcon Porsche. So even though the gaps at the front are beginning to extend, it's very close indeed between those 3 or 4 cars in the bottom half of the top 15. The gap, as I say, practically 2 minutes between first and second, and then in third place at the moment is Stefan Mucker with the Aston Martin, but he's going to get that second place back again in not too many laps, John, I reckon, because Matteo Cairoli in the Autotech Porsche, great run by him in that car, and has really done a great stint to get it up to second place, but he's going to be due in for a pit stop fairly soon, I fancy. That certainly, as far as the leaders are concerned, he will be the next of the first of the pits callers.
We have got 1, 2, 3, 4 cars in the top 10 at the moment, and one of the 997, the Porsche Carrera Cup cars. I do think that's the way to do this race. I am absolutely sure of it. You go out and drive sensibly in a cup race. You're not going to win, but you've got a lot of competition with some good drivers, but you'd have a lot of fun, and you're probably going to be, if you have a clear race, you're certainly going to be looking at a top 30, possibly a top 20 or better.
I think also you stand a better chance of finishing.
Yes, I agree.
Because the pressure is off, and as we've heard from the drivers who are running to bracket times or to minimum reference lap times, they drive hard for the first 2/3 of the lap, but then they take it easy for the last part of the lap. And if there's traffic, they don't worry about it, because they know that if there is traffic, then they can just drive quickly towards the end of their lap. And there's nothing lost on the overall lap time that they manage. So, I think AM is the way to go. 997 is a great fun way to go.
Let's head back down to Bruce Jones in the pits.
Matt Speakman, a good stint for you in the Mission Possible BMW?
Yeah, not too bad at all. Some very close calls. I think every incident that happened on the track in that session happened right in front of me. So after the Code 60 then, we had at least 2 cars spin in front, and the car behind us damaged. Mercedes came through, cut it a bit close, and veered off me and straight into this one, unfortunately. So, but it's my first ever stint in an endurance race and first ever night driving over here. So, very happy I got the car back in one piece. Felt pretty good. I'll have a look at the times and know for sure.
Hopefully then all the nonsense you're going to see is done in your first stint, and now you can relax into the second one and really find your pace.
Yeah. Let's hope so. Let's hope that they start happening a long way behind me from now on.
Too many edited highlights in your first stint. Who's taken over the number 70?
We've got Gustav in the car. He's basically our fastest driver, so I'm the newest guy on the team, so I'm all about finishing the race and not worrying too much about my times. So Gustav will get a few places back for us now.
But as it's your first 24-hour race, your first Enduro, do you think you've got a taste for it already?
Oh, most definitely. It was always my dream. But back in the early 90s, I used to race motorbikes in Australia. And of course, you don't pull on a helmet without wanting to be world champion and travel the world racing. So to have this opportunity and actually be living that dream and overseas racing is just, I couldn't ask for more.
Well, it's good to have you here, and it's have a fantastic run, because it's a busy old track out there.
It is busy. There's a lot of traffic, and there's a few egos still floating around. Hopefully people will calm down a little bit as it gets later.
Let's hope. Thanks very much.
It's a great story, and those guys shining examples for the rest of us. Just amazing. Amazing.
I just love the idea that every accident that was happening in front of him. I'm sure if you talk to every driver,
I think they've said the same thing.
But it's a wonderful way of expressing it. And I think what we're hopefully doing now, I mean, we've been in darkness now for a little bit over an hour. So, hopefully now the teams and the drivers out there are getting used to the darkness. I half expected something to happen as soon as darkness fell, because all of a sudden, somebody was bound to do something. But hopefully we can get into this groove where we can have some clean running. And to be honest, although we have had 4 Code 60 periods, I'm surprised, John, that we've had only 4 Code 60s, because I was afraid that we might have been having more than that. We're in the 5th hour of the race, and nearly 3/4 of the way through that hour as well. Looking at time spent in the pits thus far, the race leader, Oliver Webb, has currently spent 13 minutes and 13 seconds in the pits. compared to the second place car, the FAC Autotech car has only spent 9 minutes and 45 seconds. Now, admittedly, the FAC Autotech car is due a pit stop at the moment, but it's a kind of mirror of what happened last year as well, when Stadler Motorsport spent very little time relative to the others in the pit lane. And already, we begin to see that pattern, just 2 pit stops from the Porsche, whereas the Mercedes has already made 4. So, as I say, the Porsche is due one, but it's kind of +1 ahead anyway. So, and here we are, not even a quarter of the way, a little over a fifth of the way into the race. So it's typical Porsche staying out of the pits and staying reliable, even if it's not, although quite as quick as the Mercedes. But as I say, with something like 4 minutes, 3.5 minutes less time in the pits already for the Porsche, an indication of what might come. John,
the 114 that is on the stream at the moment, the Andreas Segler Prosenza EU Racing Team Switzerland Clio Cup Endurance, the Year 2 class car, sitting down in 75th position and 14th in class, but still going, having a great time, and just getting. I know everybody always said, just stick to your line, you'll be all right. In 2 corners, he was passed by 4 cars, and it was pretty much 2 on either side, and did a cracking job just to not panic, frankly. I said the 930 was back out, by the way, and that prompted a rash of text. That's the Team 930 Rush car. That is the 997 class 17th position car. We've already lost, of course, the STP racing car, which didn't start, the 62 car in that class. That's the last of the running cars in the 997 class, but it is now way back down the field and sits in I'll be 86th position. I'm just trying to see who is still running, but the Nova Race 1 167 is back out and running. That's the problematical Ginetta from very early in the race when that car lost its oil. It's 8th in SP3, and I think that is the last car that's still running around, because Kenneth Hayes over Racing number 9 Mercedes-Benz, I would very much doubt is coming back. Now I've got to find out how to get the screen back to where it was, which is a bit scary. I bet I've gone the wrong way. I knew I was. The remote controls are good, you know. Apparently, people tell me this.
The number 1 Porsche, which came, and we reported it coming back out onto the track, seems to have faltered again, because I missed it, but it came back into the pits again, and as far as I can tell, it's actually still there and not circulating again. So although it was out, it seems not to have been able to keep going, and is currently back in the pits again, languishing right down at the bottom of the list. I've
just recommended to somebody that can't be listening or watching in the moment to follow at DSC Race Live. And even as I do that, Graham Goodwin stands beside me, which means that won't be getting updated for a wee moment. Editor of dailysportscar.com. Darren Cox was good value, I thought.
Oh, was his? Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
Dear me. He says a lot of words and tells us nothing. You know, it's fantastic. Which I think you pinned it there, John. This is about 2 things. And you teased it out of him nicely by just giving it a bit of a prod, which I think you've always got to do with DC. The 2 things are, they have absolutely dominated the headlines. By the way, I'm just watching this 170 Aston Martin over your shoulder is just emerging from the garage after its whoopsie in the last Code 60. So that's
good.
Speedworks car, isn't it?
Yes,
about
it is.
to rejoin.
I was stuck in first gear and somewhat recalcitrant on the Control-Alt-Delete.
Okay. So, yeah, I think number 1, they're dominating the headlines and they've been quite clever with it. But number 2, there was absolutely no doubt whatsoever of the steel that sat beneath the answers, that they're very serious indeed and very realistic indeed about what they're looking to achieve from that programme this coming year. And, you know, you said it, he said it, I'll now say it, I don't think there's been a season for a long time that I've been more excited about what we're going to see this year. You know, we're like they are, we're putting together the budgets for the season's racing this year, and you know, I've barely missed a single WEC race, and I have absolutely no intention of missing one this year. I can tell you that for nothing. So it's going to be, I think, a great year, and it was great to hear Darren's enthusiasm again.
A couple of points as we go on board and get a little bit of an idea, looking at that on board from, I think, well, that wasn't the 112 car, that's just about to be dive bombed. That was turn 14, and they were heading through down to turn 1, the onboard. That is the 112 Presenza EU Racing Club Clio, doing very nicely. Thank you very much at the moment. I think a couple of things I just want to bring up and ask questions about. First of all, I want to point out that Stefan Mucker is being a bit of a Christopher Cross at the moment. He's riding like the wind, just 40 seconds behind second place at the moment, and taking a couple of seconds a lap, as you might expect, not being tied down to the 204 that the Fat Water Tech Porsche is. So we'll keep an eye on that. But also, I've had an email, or at least a tweet from Corey Marvin. Hello, Corey. And I can't answer this one, so I'm going to throw it out to you two. What happened to the GT Russian Mercedes that was running strong earlier on?
I heard one of your pit lane reporters said that they thought it was seized rear brakes.
It was gearbox, said Kevin Corges to Bruce. Okay. I just heard in my ear.
Alex Vasiliev was having a major sense of humour failure about it all from memory, with the garage door pulled part way down. But they're not the only one, are they, in trouble in the pits? There are several of the leading runners. I think you were just talking about the number 1 car, Paul, being back into the pit garage with presumably, further evidence of the problems that car had with its, we think, failed rear suspension to start with. The number 3 Mercedes still, I'm afraid, garage bound, and looking, I'm afraid, highly unlikely now to be adding at least that number against Black Falcon's successes, and the number 9 Hofor Mercedes as well. So it's been a kind of period of this race where incidents and problems have hit a fair number of the leading runners.
The very beautiful Maserati 152 sporting the Busan Ginian Racing colours this weekend.
And sporting them well.
Yes, that is a very handsome car, and sitting at the moment,
it's off the first 2 screenshots. It had a couple of problems earlier on. I didn't quite get to the bottom of it. Is that an endurance spec 1 make racer?
I think it used to be a cup car.
Yes,
and I think it's been fiddled with a bit. We'll maybe get one of the guys to have a word with the Maserati garage in a moment. Joe Bradley, in the meantime, can give us an update on that one. I think it was the 170 Aston Martin that you were looking at, was it not, Joe?
Yeah, that was the car that we described coming in on the flatbed with the car stuck in first gear as it went out the pits. Well, it's a gear actuator sensor has popped out. Now, that's not on the bank of relays and fuses that the driver has access to in the cockpit of the car, and they're worried because they have no reason why that occurred. So they've sent the car out, and they've got all their toes and fingers and noses crossed.
Well, I'm going to throw something in that you might want to mention to them. It'll not be right, of course.
Go ahead.
It is meant to pop off the pit lane speed limiter when you shift from first to second. So it may be a pit lane speed limiter issue rather than the gearbox actuator or something that is linked between them. Let's head down to our other pit reporter, who is Bruce Jones, and Bruce Jones is with Jones and Jones.
It's Jones all the way. Bruce Jones to Gareth Jones. Gareth has done the driving. There seemed to be a problem with the brakes on the Presley Spark Mercedes. You just got out of it. Is it fixed?
I should say it is fixed. I haven't just got out of it. I think we did probably an hour with after the repair, and everything seems to be back to normal.
But what do you think the problem was? Because it did 2 pit stops in 2 laps.
Well, we came in for a pit stop. I got in the car. I don't think a wheel nut went on properly. Within probably 3 or 4 laps, wheel started to vibrate heavily. The wheel hub had come away, or the disc had come away from the hub. And when I went into a corner, foot went flat to the floor. So a rather scary moment. But managed to get it round to the pits, then dragged it into the garage, all fixed now, and went out and did the rest of my stint.
And who's taken over from you?
My brother Morgan.
Excellent. Good. Four wheels and brakes. You can't fail.
No, absolutely. That's the way to go.
Thank you very much, Gareth Jones.
And it's that Jones Mercedes, which, by the way, we expect to see back in the British GT Championship this year. That Jones Mercedes was, of course, one of the cars that rather unwittingly ended up in the pro category after, I think it was David Jones, rather blew the bogey time, the 204. But just to show John and Paul just how much we've seen by way of attrition and problems for the Pro cars, even though that car's had the problems that you heard Gareth actually describing there, the car's still running inside the top 30 and in the top 7 for the A6 Pro category. So the A6 Pro category is where most of the problems, the lasting problems, appear to be at the moment.
Now, go on, Paul, sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, almost it's a way of, if you are a bunch of enthusiastic amateurs, but you can break 2 minutes 04, then it's almost going to be more fun to be in the pro class, isn't it? Because there's going to be nothing worse if you're a bunch of enthusiastic amateurs to just go, oh, we went round for 24 hours, but none of us really pushed as hard as we should have done.
Well,
even if you end up with a good result.
Well, the Jones twins are famous for several things. The driving, the fact they've been British GT champions, the fact they can have major sense of humour failures about racing. David Jones wasn't particularly phased actually after this. He was kind of brushed it off a little, but I mean they're doing very well. I mean the car, number 18 car, it's the silver car of the 12 Mercedes-Benz. As I say, 29th position at the moment, lapping perfectly respectably in the company it's in, just inside the top 30, and in the top 7 in their class. Now bear in mind where this class has been over the last couple of hours. Where might they end up?
Yeah, fair point. Also, is the Pro class then a bit of, in terms of how the Pro class has gone here, is it a bit of natural selection that's going on? Why is it the Pro classes that are having the bulk of the problems?
Well, let's have a look at the cars that we've just been mentioning. You've had the number 1 car, which we are surmising rather hurt itself over the curbs at some point, because that was the rear suspension, okay? We've had cars in the wall, we've had cars, generally speaking, there have been incidents in traffic, and they're having to take the risks because they're having to go for the time. I guess I'd surmise before we started here that if you're looking at that 204 bogey time, you might be spending a little bit too much time worrying about keeping your lap time up that far rather than keeping necessarily your eyes on where they should be. But that doesn't seem to be the way it's going at the moment. We've had some spectacular examples of real consistency from some of these crews. We were talking earlier about the Dragon Racing team, we talked a little later about the 23 car, and the number 11 car, which is
in the pits at the moment, Violet. In fact, it's done its pits. It's in the fueling area.
So there'll be a driver change in that car because that was approaching the 2-hour mark.
It's done an hour and 49 minutes. Yeah, so that's a good long stint and a successful stint in which he 4 times used the Joker, Matteo Carioli. They decided to go for it, and they've used 4 Joker laps, all getting underneath 2 minutes by more than just by accident, I think.
Excellent. Yeah, more than just a half a tenth.
Yes.
If you're going to break out your bracket and use your Joker, you want to do a couple of flying laps at, you want to be low 3s or high 2s if the car's capable of it.
Worth a moment as well, we've had a bit of an incident for one of the leading 997 class cars. It's the number 45 car. It's had a spin at turn 16 and continued. That car was running 4th and challenging for 3rd at that point. So cars continued, not pitted that I've seen.
They were having a great battle with the Black Falcon car. That's the Force Racing car. And the 25 car is ahead of it, 16th and 17th on the overall. And they were only, 11.5 seconds apart as they went across the line last time around. But, there's a lot of good racing to be had here without breaking the bank. The 78 BMW, which is one of the legion of BMW E46s that are still out there and looking and sounding fantastic, by the way. And those are fast cars. I've raced against those cars in the Snetterton 6 hours. Something similar to it, a GTS. And those are very quick, very capable motor cars. And they're running in the A5 class, aren't they, here?
Which are, sorry?
Those BMWs. Yeah. And that car, I think, is the second place car we were watching there. The GR Motorsport car. Yes, it is. That's the second place car in A5, down in 40th position.
And that's a car that had problems earlier, isn't it?
Yeah. And the RTR Projects car, the 80 car, is leading that class, and I think that's a similar car, an E46 GTR for the Czech RTR Projects team.
Had reports, by the way, as I popped down for a little while to assist a meal break for one of our guys, for a Pucker Formula 1 driver on the grid.
Right.
Heikki Kovalainen taking a trip over from where he is, just down the road in Abu Dhabi with his family. Hello, Steve and Terry and indeed Catherine. But, took a look here. He was at the Gulf 12 Hours as well.
Just watching.
Just watching. Team manager in car 22 is being asked to go for a quick chat.
That's the Perrin car, isn't it?
That's the Schlotter driven Liebherr. So that's the
Lamborghini.
Yeah.
The Perrin, Jean-Charles Perrin entered car.
And this is the car that finished on the AM podium last year with, amongst others, the current race leader Ollie Webb at the wheel.
In the pits, the Audi R8, the Jordan's Red Camel.nl.
This is the one car that does have a two-driver lineup, isn't it? This is...
Yeah, well, there was some talk about Dean Fiore actually getting pushed across into that car. I don't think it's happened. Paul was questioning whether that could be done at that stage, and I think the Breukers boys are just still on their own in that, aren't they?
No, they're not. They've been added to by the names of something that is on this pad here, he said, shuffling paper. Tommy Lindrott and Tara El Gamel, who have both come out of cars that have retired for other reasons.
Oh, well. Okay,
that's good.
very good.
I like that.
Very good. The 10th position in class car collection motorsport Mercedes-Benz, in 22nd position overall.
So, lead 3, it's still Ollie Webb doing a fine job, I believe, this race in the number 2 cars. We look on screen at the number 27.
How shiny is that car?
It's very shiny.
Given the amount of running that we've already had.
No, it's shiny.
A very white Mercedes-Benz sitting in 22nd position, 10th in class, just completing its 112th lap for the car collection guys.
I'd suggest suspiciously shiny, John, in fact.
You think it may have had a wash?
Well, you know, its car presentation is, of course, everything. But I can remember, by the way...
That's the car that Pierre Arret is sharing, isn't it? Yes.
There you go. Pierre's got very high standards indeed. I'm sure will have insisted that the car was not just washed, but waxed at every pit stop.
It's no, but Porrels, who's at the wheel of that at the moment, his last lap a 2:09, and you're going to get, particularly in the AM class cars, Graham, you're going to get a difference in the lap times. The 9:30 that we mentioned earlier on is back out again, the sort of chrome green and gold car with the big green LED marker on the right hand A pillar, down in 86th position and 17th and last running car in the 997 Cup class. Well, Paul and I were just musing on how good those cars are, the 997 and 991 Cup class cars to run here.
Yeah, you know, I think, were you of a mind to actually invest in a race car to go and do racing around the world, you know, might be worse things to buy than a 997 Cup car.
Dear Mr. Leckner, just please can I have one of your old cars signed,
John? Kiss, kiss. Kiss, kiss.
Kiss or no kiss?
No, kiss, kiss.
Okay.
Remember, it's continental.
Let's go down to the pit lane. Nick Damon.
With Tom Onslow. Carl, Tom, another solid stint, but is it hard to get a rhythm with all this Code 60?
You know, the Code 60s interrupt things, but it's a nice time to report in, find out what's going on in the rest of the race, see how big your gaps are. But to be honest, with 95 cars on the circuit, I think we were expecting a few more. It's, you know, touch wood, it's not been too bad so far.
On the track, the 53 Porsche spun. I think it's we all on the final corner. I think we've all seen more incident than we thought we had. There's been more attrition, certainly at the front. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think we were probably hoping for that. Thin the field out, thin the competition out. But, you know, these machines are designed for 24-hour racing. You know, they're very used to this kind of abuse. And so far, the driving out there has been really good. You know, so I think the mark will be to see how many survive the night.
You're now in a part of the rotation where the three professional drivers are taking over. So really, you need as much green running as possible, don't you?
It would be nice, yeah, to get some clean green running. You know, even when there's no Code 60s, there's quite a few yellow flags out there, and if you're stuck behind slower traffic under the yellow, it can really hold up some time, yeah. So I think tomorrow morning are the golden hours, where the sun is just coming up, the air is nice and cool, and the field has thinned out just a little.
Tom, you're so poetic. Thank you very much.
the good news is the 53 car that Nick felt spinning behind him has continued. The Lamborghini of Gulf Racing UK is in the pit lane for its next round of pit stops, and it's Frederic Fatien who's at the wheel of that in 18th position, but 8th in the AM category, and still a long way to go.
And a couple of very quick guys in that car with, well, in fact, world champions Stuart Hall and Jimmy Campbell-Walter.
Jimmy Campbell-Walter has won this race in the past as well.
He did, in Dula Motorsport BMW Z4, as I remember rightly, the second year of the race. Henry. Remember that from doing that little sport quiz. Name all the winners. That's not easy, I've not managed it.
The GC Automotive car, this is the V8 version of that car. They do get prettier every time we see them, and that is spitting flame and running so low that it is sparking. If you're here at the track listening to us on 87.6, get your cameras out for that one, because there's really not much more spectacular than a race car in the evening that's spitting flame and with red discs. It comes around past one of the BMW 235i Cup cars. I think they've been so far so good, and we're still got plenty of time to go, Graham, but they've been a big hit this year, those 235 Cup cars.
They have. I was very impressed when we first saw these cars hit the track in the field. There were major problems with those cars in terms of the initial kind of quality, and we kind of tackled BMW. And sometimes when you tackle people from large corporate entities with a big brand to guard, that sometimes you might get a slightly caustic response, but not a bit of it. There was a huge response in terms of the length and the detail that we got to every single complaint that had been raised by some of the VLN competitors from BMW. They're all fixed. They, I thought, did a great job for the Nürburgring 24 Hours last year, for the debut of the cars there. And they are clearly going to go on to be a staple of this sort of racing, and that's exactly what it needs. It needs those stepping stones for people to decide whether or not they want to be here next year in an A6 car, or the year after, or the year after that. And if you can get out there, enjoy yourself, not be intimidated by the traffic there, as we look at one of the I think very impressive Mark V8 Focus.
Well, you talk
races.
about cars that could be important for the future of the sport. Nothing potentially more than these cars. I mean, this has been a really interesting project that's been taken on by the MARC organisation. A bit of damage on the front right-hand side door there, just behind the B pillar. There's been a
bit more than a bit, isn't it?
There's a car-sized dent in that,
yes.
Isn't there?
Yes.
But these cars with the big Ford V8, with a really interesting history behind them. We saw them at Bathurst, we've seen them over in Europe at Zandvoort, and now here in the Middle East. These are cars that are in the early stages of development, but with an potentially interchangeable body style. A Mazda 6 has been mooted. The Ford Focus looks absolutely fantastic. Tube frame underneath, that is a proper racing car.
Oh, it's a proper racing car.
Underneath that.
And they've been very reliable. They've got enough pace there that the guys, entertained. They're certainly not embarrassing anybody out there. And they will be at the Bathurst 12 Hours of 3 Days Cars Show.
Yeah, and looking forward to that. It's a big few weeks for endurance racing this weekend. The row before the 24, Shea Adam and Jim Roller for us on Radio Le Mans there. We'll have their reports on Saturday and Sunday at RadioLeMans.com. That's Mark Door.
That's in trouble.
No, that's gaffer tape required for a new door.
I'm not sure they're going to be allowed to gaffer tape the door shut.
No, that's a new door. When I saw them touch that, and in fact the interior door panel has come away as well, such as the level of preparation on that car, that it has got an inner door panel, and that trim piece has come away. It's still Ollie Webb, 205 last time around. Stefan Mucker into second place after a fantastic run, 202s and 203s for Stefan, and just off the lead lap for the Aston Martin. So the darkness brings its own challenges. Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com is with us. Well, we wondered, didn't we, about 90-ish cars starting. 88 was the number that got around the first grid.
89.
89.
Yeah, sorry, because I counted them through. I forgot that the number 4 was starting from the pit lane.
Roger. But a new record in the 2008 tally.
But no, I mean, I think the point you were about to make is it could have been far more purple periods, far more code 60s. The behaviour, the respect that the drivers have held for each other has been mostly first rate.
Up until that very point.
Until that very moment.
The curse of the commentator strikes.
I'm going to go back to these screens, so you look at those screens.
This is the Mercedes-Benz of Andy Rear and in the Gravity Racing Merc. It was being closed down on by... It is Stefan Mucker about to put a lap on him, and Stefan in the Aston Martin had the reflexes of a tomcat to be able to back the nose of the Aston out of that as he came through. In fairness, Stefan was trying to get up the inside of turn 15, which is not a normal passing place, but even so required a little bit of jiggy and pokey to get out of it.
Indeed, big sharp intake of breath there.
Yeah, I mean, Stefan is doing a great job in that car and could well be in a position to take the lead of the race, because Ollie Webb in the leading Black Falcon Mercedes is due into the pits fairly shortly for what should be a driver change for him, and that will allow, almost certainly it will be close as it was last time, whether the Mercedes can get out in front of the Aston Martin or not. But if not, then we'll have the Aston leading the race, not for the first time because it's led already for a few laps, but another opportunity for the Aston. The
number 20 Porsche is one of the 997 Cup cars that we've been talking about in the pit lane. Nick Damon standing by at the 163 Ginetta. So we still have Ollie Webb leading. The blue strips on the front of the number 20 Porsche making it easy for the pit lane team to identify the 997 Cup car, the Mrs. GT, MRS GT. It's got to be Mrs. GT. We've had Mrs. World Champion. Hello, Kelly McNish. That's in 5th position in the 997 class, which I'm getting more and more excited about. Let's head down to Nick Damon, who's back in the pit lane, and he's down, I think, in Optimum Motorsport, are you, Nick?
Yeah, indeed. I wanted to do a kind of an arty shot where you panned up from your car that's been worked on, and then we talked to you and Hanky, but unfortunately you fixed it. What was the problem?
I have absolutely no idea. I just came to the last corner, I turned, and I thought there was fluid down because I just lost all grip, just from the left rear. Went to the first corner, did it the same, and basically it went all the way round, but only on right-handers. I couldn't work out if it's fluid or if I've got a problem. It didn't feel right, so I've come into the pits to see what the situation is.
So saw it's quite a lot of work at the back end of the car. Were they actually doing anything? Did they find anything?
No, I don't think they found anything. Changed tyres. I have no idea. We'll see what Bradley reports, but I don't know if it was fluid. I just kept going, but it just didn't feel safe, so I came in.
And you put somebody else in to see if it's safe for them?
Well, they've changed all tyres, had a check over, send Brad out and see what the situation is.
Let's hope it's fixed. Thanks, Ewan.
Fingers crossed, thank you.
Ewan Hankey, that car in 35th position, 3rd in the SP3 class, so there's absolute imperative to get that car off and running. Joe Bradley is a little bit further down the pit lane and a little bit further down the order with the 111 Clio.
And I'm with a driver that's just handed over that 111 Clio to his teammate Stefan Payer. Stefan, tell us, we talk a lot about the faster cars having problems with traffic, but for you guys, I would imagine your mirrors are just ablaze with white light.
Yes, it's quite the challenge, you know. The guys are coming very quick. They're very quick. But, we're always trying to give some space to the car so that they can run through very smoothly, not shutting the door, leaving them space enough, just to go through.
So, do you find yourself driving offline pretty much the whole lap?
Well, we're quite seeking a line a little bit off the ideal line, obviously, but I think, the time you lose while you're giving space, it's better to do this and, to avoid any crashes or stupid maneuvers.
That explains the massive amount of pickup your tyres had when you came in. Is that because you're always offline and you've got a lot of pickup on those tyres?
Well, that was very unfortunate in turn 16 before the straight line. Someone lost a liquid, so I was steering and I lost the car. I went straight, and then I went into the space where that's very unclean. So I had a lot of pickup, and I thought that my tires exploded. So that was a strange feeling. Yes.
I'm glad you said that, because I can't convey to our listeners how much pickup was on your tyres. You actually thought the tyre had exploded. That's how distorted it was.
Well, so I just went offline, definitely in turn 16. That was the problem.
Thanks for talking to us, Stefan. I'll let you go and get some rest before you neck out.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good to hear from the drivers further down the field, and that might well, we heard Stefan saying there from the 111, the Krenchner check-ended Clio. That might explain what you and Hanky was talking about earlier on, is that he had an issue on what he thought might have been fluid down. So difficult to see in the darkness. And look, even from my very limited running on slicks, you drive offline, you get pickup on, it feels like you're driving on squares, not circles. It is a horrible feeling. And you can convince yourself you've got a puncture, then you can think you haven't. You can convince yourself you've flat spotted the tyre, and come in and have your pit crew look at you sort of sideways and pat you on the head and go, oh, bless, and send you back out again. But at the sort of speeds that these guys are doing, it's much better to be safe than sorry, and good to hear from those guys further down the field. They're enjoying themselves. They've got their own goals to attack. 47 Porsche out there at the moment, and that car is in 8th position in the 997 class, and he's only down in 26th position. So again, just underlining what we were saying about this Carrera. This is effectively the Carrera Cup class.
The leader of that class is now in 6th position overall. It's the Black Falcon car, the number 26. And just
Are you watching Marino Franchitti? Marino, remember what I said earlier?
But just to put that in perspective, the car that's chasing him is an ex-GT1 Corvette that has been very well pedalled indeed. So just getting guys out that can put in tiny lap times in those cars and keep doing it, and you're going to get those cars finishing well up this race.
Well, Jaap van Lagen is doing 206s in the 7 car. Now they've dropped down to 7 in the Lechner Racing at 997 because they've had some issues. I think last night from memory they did a 2:03.6.
They did,
which is underneath the bogey time,
which shows what these things are capable of.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, that shows what you can get with someone who's of high quality in a car of high quality. And they've got not just Jaap van Lagen in that car, of course, but Klaas Backler as well.
I'm seeing, if I work really hard. Hello, Paul Rowe with Par Motorsport.
Paul's just blocking your number on his profile right now.
Paul, of course, whose team looked after a number of Carrera Cup cars in the UK and further afield, and had that fantastic win with Ben Barker at the Le Mans event last year, an event that I'm told will be repeated in 2017. Let's go down to the pit lane and to Nick Damon.
With Sandra van der Sloot from the Racing Divas. Sandra, you're stalwarts of the Dubai 24 Hours, but you've made a terrible mistake this time because one of your drivers is a man.
Yes, it's a man, yeah. First of all, we shouldn't be here. We talked with the other 3 girls because Pauline Swart, the girl from Tom Coronel, he is in Dakar. She wants to go to Dakar. And Shirley, she isn't here because she's pregnant. So, yeah.
That's hardly an excuse. Just let the belts out a bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Then the baby can recognize the track. So, just Gabi and I. And at the end of October, it's starting for, I want to go to Dubai. And she said, yeah, me too. So we got 3 weeks to get the budget. We find the budgets, thanks to all the supporters in Holland. And we connect with Lisette. She was also a racing diva, and now she got her own team, Las Moras Racing Team. And that's why we are with 3 girls in 3 weeks. So, yeah, there is a man, Max Bartel, and he's very quick because he got a lot of experience in BMW.
It must be awful for him, but he has to be faster than the 3 of you, doesn't he?
For the moment, we are faster, but he drove in the sun, and now it's dark, so maybe he's quicker.
How is this new M235i Cup car? They look beautifully prepared.
Yeah, it's a very nice car to drive. It's also nice to have 6 cars in the whole cup. The other BMW by Schubert Motorsport Björn, a WTCC car. And this is totally new experience for us, but it's very easy. It's automatic. You've got the gears up and down on the steering wheel. Yeah, it's a new experience, but the most important thing is that we are quite well now driving, and we hope to finish.
It's great to see you back, Sandra. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks to you all.
Yes, 2 favourites together there, Nick Damon and the Racing Divas. Or I should have said there, 2 favourites together, a complete diva and a racing driver. It is a little disconcerting that Nick Damon's image is 25 feet high at various parts around the circuit, and there are Damon flags and branding everywhere around here.
It's more than a little worrying, I have to say. There's just a little bit too much Damon branding around this circuit. Just
going to take a quick update on the number 18 car with Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. This is the Pressy Spark, the Jones family outing.
It is. It's the Jones family Mercedes came onto pit road, all very as per normal, and then the car went up on its jacks and onto its dollies. It's been swiveled and gone into the garage, and it looks like it could be just for a brake service. So I presume that the car had a problem, because that's usually the case when they take the car into the garage. In fact, no. Now then, we've got an errant. A problem with the wheel. I think the right hand front wheel has been loose, because I'm looking at it now. There is gouge marks on the inside of the rim. So maybe, I'm not sure when this car last pitted or whether this problem's just occurred. But there is a damaged inside of the wheel. Looks like it's come loose and it's been working its way loose. They're now repairing that right front corner. So it is a problem with this car.
Thanks. I think I remember.
About half an hour ago.
Yeah, it was about half an hour. I think I remember one of the Jones boys talking to, I think Bruce, and saying Gareth saying that they'd had an issue with a wheel not seating.
Yeah.
The Maserati, the 152 Boots Engineering car, the Maserati Gran Turismo, a car that we're fairly certain started life as a Maserati Cup car, coming in the pit lane here. Great to see another mark here.
Yeah. Must be a market here for Maserati. There must be.
Do you think?
Yes. Why wouldn't you? It's a good-looking car. They're quick. They're reliable. They sound fantastic.
Nick Damon would agree with you on all of those counts. He is a former Maserati owner, of course. Coming in from where? What position?
It's down here. It's 46th position.
But still 4th in the SP2
4th
class.
in SP2 class. That's because there are now 2 SP2 cars. That's just by crossing the line has just taken 4th from the 93 car we saw with a broken door earlier.
Right.
Being assessed a penalty as it comes into the pit lane as well, a stop and go penalty, which doesn't stop it from doing an ordinary pit stop as well. You do the stop and go, and then you go on and you do your normal pit stop.
Which is becoming something of, I mean, we're talking about things that started here in Crevendick and have moved elsewhere, called 60. That sort of take your pit stop, take your pain, but then you can still get service. That is becoming the norm as well around the world.
And you don't have to take your penalty within 2 laps or anything either. If you get assessed a penalty, as long as you do it at the next pit stop,
right,
then that's fine. But it's
yeah.
The next time you come into the pits,
well, again,
go to the penalty.
And again, that's something that even up as far as Formula One has become very much the way of the world. The 72 BMW Racehouse Motorsport, that is the 2nd place car in the Cup class, and coming up through and behind it,
that's the Nissan.
The very distinctive shape of the GTR GT3.
It's got our quick Mexican, Mr. Sanchez, aboard the car now.
How does GT Academy keep doing it? Because we thought when we found Lucas Ordonez, well, there you go, we'll never find another guy. Oh, hang on a second, Jan Marlborough. He seems to be, oh, hang on a second, Gaetan Paletu, and.
Yep, and I think we're now getting to the stage where the numbers of people that are coming through the GT Academy, we're now getting to the stage of strata, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
In other words, there's the guys at the very, very top, and I have a feeling that that Carton Pilato might be someone they've got their eyes on as being potentially the next one to hit that level, because certainly his pace was very, very impressive. Before we go any further on that one, John, should keep an eye out for the leader coming in, because it's getting very close now to the point where they should pit.
Have to come in.
We've got
for the 2 hours.
Yes, I was going to ask if we can have permission for another 2 pit reporters, because we're going to have 4, I reckon, and the top 4 cars are all going to be in within a few minutes of each other. Overall, they've done slightly different length stints. I would be expecting of that top group of 4, 3rd and 4th place, the 33 and the 88 cars, to be the ones that come in first. 33 being the SPS Mercedes, and 88 being the Dragon Racing Ferrari. So I think those 2 will come in first, but I would say they're stretching their fuel just as much as the Mercedes and Aston Martin up ahead of them.
Yeah, well, the 88 amongst those, Paul, is the one that's closest in that group that you've just told us about, to the point where the driver has to come in to finish their stint. Although there is one other car, it's the other Ferrari, the number 4 car, where it's the Scuderia Praha car, has to come in the next 3 minutes.
Well, it's Jelmer Berman who started the number 2 car in such a magnificent fashion, who is suited and booted. Joe Bradley is down there as the 167 Ginetta comes through turn number 14. They are available in orange. Lawrence, hope you're listening. That's the Nova Race Italian car that had the issues earlier on, in fact right at the very start of the race, wasn't it?
Very smoky expiry of the engine. They changed the engine.
That is a new Ford V6 engine. It's so unusual to hear of engine problems from those cars.
Can see just over the top of the screens here, John, the number 18 car, the Prezi Spark car, is re-emerging from the garage after that issue that Nick was describing to us earlier. Pace still fast and furious out there. Lots and lots and lots of cars still circulating. Remarkably few retirements. So the number 77 car is assessed a penalty, pit in. And here comes the car we predicted would be one of the next to come in. It's the number 4 Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Comes down pit lane with the number 9 flashing on its side, on its flank. So 9th position overall and 5th position in the A6 Pro category for the 458. This the car, remember, that started from the fueling area, from the pit lane. And then Peter Cox mounted a very Peter Cox-like attack on this race. Storming up, taking positions at will through the smaller touring cars, of course, but then doing much the same as he got through the slower GT cars, and putting them back into a very good position. Of course, the car pitting there, latest stop within the overall top 10. And certainly wouldn't count out potential for a podium finish for that car. Leave the race though. We're waiting now for the next 5 minutes or so, where we should be seeing Ollie Webb. A good stint from Ollie, not so boy, and of course reigning ELMS LMP2 champion.
Yeah,
with the Alpine, the Signatech team, and looking, he tells us, for a deal to race in LMP2 in the World Endurance Championship.
Number 6 Mercedes-Benz, the gravity racing car, having to do a bit of lappery. I mean, 12, I heard somebody say earlier in an interview, 12 times, at least 12 overtakes a lap, at least 12 overtakes a lap. And we're going to do 600 laps. You know, something in that region.
Here comes the number 2 car,
into the
pits.
And Joe Bradley is down in the number 2 pits. Joe, Ollie Webb is on the way to you to change over to Jelmer Berman, shall I even say?
Yes, he is, John. You can probably hear in the background they've already got the wheels off, about to go ahead with a new set of completely brand new Hankook rubber. It's Berman now at the wheel. The gull wing goes down, some oil being replenished, and the car leaves. I'm not going to get excited and say they have not refueled the car, because at the Dubai 24 hours that doesn't happen on the pit apron. It's off now to then turn right at the end of the pit garages and go into the refuelling area. It's very, very efficient Black Falkland pit stop, that one.
Thank you, Joe Bradley. And won't be able to hold on to the lead unless Mucker has to come in, and he doesn't have to for half an hour in terms of his stint time. What has he got in the tank, Paul? That's the question.
Well, I don't actually think that Mucker's going to get round in time, because he's only halfway around the lap, and Berman is already having the fuel put in, so it's going to be very close indeed.
Yeah, no, I think he is, because he'll have to be really hauling at the petrol pumps to get out within, 3.5, 4 minutes is a decent stop. And
Stefan is 30 seconds away from the start-finish line.
Yeah, and Ollie Webb's car, now driven by Jelmer Berman, has been in the pits for 2 minutes. So he's going to get about a minute of a lead, I reckon. Let's find out what Ollie Webb thought of that stint. Nick Damon has caught up with him.
Ollie Webb, the one thing you want to do is bring your car in the lead.
Yeah, good first stint. We were unsure at the beginning of the race whether we can double stint or not. The code 60 really permitted us to experiment on that, so I only had a few laps before I was meant to come in, but I went straight through to refuelling and we double stinted some tyres, so I won't say too much about how they work to give anything away for anyone who's watching live telemetry, but yeah, good job by the team. The car's great, it's going well so far. Real shame for the sister car. I've not found out what's happened yet, but we'll keep plugging away on our side.
What happened to the sister car was some contact. How difficult is it out there to avoid all the other cars?
Well, I've only ever done this race once before, but I've done Le Mans and Spa 24 Hours and Daytona and various others, and this is, for traffic, the hardest race. It is 90-odd cars on a 5-kilometre track, very tight, and all sorts of range of skill levels, so you've got to be wary of everybody, and everyone's out trying to have fun, some people professionally, some amateur, so very hard, but it's part of the challenge.
I would think that your closing speeds to a Clio are far greater than the P2 closing speeds, the GT3s you saw in the ELMS.
Yeah, if anything, sometimes GT3s are a bit quicker in a straight line, so it's really different.
Ollie, best luck and have a bit of rest. Thanks.
Do you know what? That is exactly the right attitude from a professional driver. What I don't want to hear is a professional driver coming out and complaining about all the other cars out there.
No.
Because this is actually a race for, broadly speaking,
it's what you pay for.
Yeah, non-professional drivers. The guys at the rest of the field who are paying for it allow the pros into.
Absolutely, they're coming to play on their turf, and that was excellent stuff from young Ollie Webb. Knutsford boy.
He's a star, isn't he?
Knutsford.
He looks vaguely Scandinavian, doesn't he?
He's, I think, a Manchester-born lad, but lives now in Knutsford. It tends to happen that way when actually your mum and dad get a bit of success.
Right.
But I say this, I know Knutsford well. That's where I did my Saturday jobs, picking strawberries, would you believe, back in the day.
When the Colby family from
Knutsford.
Yeah,
Knutsford.
Hence, it was a little bit of Scandinavian in the northwest of England.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I don't think you're allowed to live there without being blue-eyed and blonde.
He was staggered to hear that we share a mutual friend, David Warnock, you'll recall. And get well soon, David. Ollie told me how you did your ankle. I won't say anything on live broadcast, but if you will go out and feed the ducks in the dark, take a torch.
And yet another one of the 997s, the Carrera Cup cars that are doing so well. Do you know, the FIA International Endurance Series, of which this is the first round, that just could be another place to siphon off Carrera Cup cars, and again, just a little bit close. 14. The thing about 14, which is that corner, is you go into it, it's a hairpin left banked, going uphill on the exit. You go into it, you will either hug the curb on the inside, which frankly, if there's anybody near you, is the thing you do. Because what you don't want to do is take the racing line as they come 3 abreast out of the final corner, and one of those is the 69 of Jamie Campbell Walter, being the Lamborghini, the first of those set of lights. If you take 14 on that, I think what is the proper racing line around here, you kind of go into it, drift out in the middle and then cut back. If you do that, somebody's going to go, oh, he's seen me, I'm going to drive up the inside. So if you've got someone there and you don't want them up your inside and into your left-hand door, hug the curb. It's not the fastest way around it, but it pushes them offline, and at least you know where they are. Although if you're Stefan Mucker, of course, you'll drive around the outside and surprise you into 15.
Watching Adam Christodoulou on screen at the moment,
isn't he?
He is very quick at the moment and catching very rapidly the car ahead of him, which is the 67 A6AM car, the GTL Racing Mercedes-Benz. The moment, 18 seconds back, but 6 or 7 seconds quicker on the lap. The last couple of laps here for Adam against the gentleman driver. He's closing down at the moment.
The stint there for Ollie Webb, 31 laps, and just put Stefan Mucker's stint, which is why I was a bit in two minds as to who was going to come in first. Stefan Mucker is on his 37th lap of his stint at the moment, but he's in the pit lane now, so a 37 lap stint for Stefan Mucker, and a driving stint as well of something getting very close to 2 hours. So Stefan Mucker now into the pits with the Aston Martin. He had the lead, so we're talking about Ollie Webb bringing the car into the lead. Stefan Mucker has done the same thing.
And it looks like that was Johnny Adam getting aboard the car. So Aston Martin Racing Factory driver hands over to Aston Martin Racing Factory driver.
Well, only 3 drivers with the Aston Martin as well, isn't it? With Stefan Mucker, Jonathan Adam and Paul White having to do all the driving between the 3 of them, whereas the Black Falcon car has 4 drivers that they can juggle or throw up into the air or play with and decide how they're going to land in the end.
It's been an impressive run so far, though, hasn't it, for the 28 car? Bear in mind that unlike the number 2 car, they don't have a gentleman driver aboard, because Paul White may be an awful lot of things, but a professional racing driver he is not, and he did very well, I thought, in his stint.
Yes, he did, and it's interesting. The organisers reserve the right to demand that some of the drivers do a minimum time, but there's no rule. It's just up to the organisers to decide how many drivers are going to do it. They don't have a grading system. It's not that one driver has to do 4 hours or anything like that, but the organisers can enforce that onto particular teams if they feel that there's too strong of a driver lineup. So Aston don't necessarily have that problem. What they do have to do is to stay out of trouble.
Yeah, I think what I was saying earlier in the race coverage, Paul, was Paul White told me last night that the plan always was that he would do it simply with Stefan Mucker for this race. It was only because Paul fell ill just around Christmas time and had a bit of a bout of flu, which he felt had probably lowered his fitness levels a little, that they decided to bring in the force majeure option, which was Johnny Adam, which has brought it back to 3 drivers. Otherwise, we might be seeing Ironman stints from both Stefan Mucker and Paul White.
Well, similar to the way that they ran the Nürburgring 24 hours with just 3 drivers. The only problem is that it just doesn't give you any safety net, does it?
No.
If a driver feels unwell or just for some reason is unable to continue, then there's no real option for him to do anything else. Welcome back, Johnny.
Thank you, Paul. That's conversation from Graham Goodwin and Paul Trustwell, and I'm Johnny Palmer. Graham's going to step down, in fact, and have a well-deserved break. So it'll be Paul Trustwell and Johnny Palmer taking you through the next stage of this year's race. It's the 10th anniversary of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai, and we've just had a pit stop for the former leader, number 28, the KPM Racing entered Aston. Stefan Mucker has stepped out of the car and headed towards Nick Damon, I think.
Stefan, you're kind of battling. You were battling out of sequence with the number 2 car. Now you've got yourself in sequence. Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, I mean, it was running good so far, and yeah, this was our regular stop. So, no, everything is all right. We are out of sync, we know that, and everything is running clear so far. A lot of traffic, as everybody probably said, but it makes good fun, and yeah, I enjoy it.
You're one of the very few teams running with 3 drivers. Do you think that's an advantage?
I mean, at least you're not getting cold. So, yeah, absolutely. I like it. More driving time for us, and we'll be fine.
I mean, we had a lot of action in the first few hours. Has it calmed down a bit now it's got dark?
Yeah, it has calmed down, but now you feel the dark, so it's difficult to see the track. It's very dirty, very slippery, but that's what everybody is saying.
So now you only get a very short break, so you've only got 2 teammates.
Yeah, exactly. 2 hours, get changed, back in the car.
Stefan, thanks very much. Best of luck. Thank you.
It's the voice of Nick Damon then, having a chat to Stefan Mucker, who was the race leader prior to that round of pit stops, but ever since the number 28 Aston Martin came in for KPM Racing, we now see the number 2 Mercedes from Black Falcon back out in front. The number 2 machine of Jelmer Berman, who has now completed 136 laps and 5 pit stops. Should see the 28 car feed back into second position, and Lance David Arnold has taken over the number 33 SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes SLS. Meanwhile, a Seat trundles its way down pit road. That's the number 90 car, which at the moment has behind the wheel Cindy Alleman for DUWO Racing, and the Seat, which is in class A3T, so one of the turbocharged cars, currently running 4th in that class. And what the team checking out is a bit of loose bodywork on the front left corner, I notice, which will need to be ripped away. So the race heading back to a kind of similar pattern that we've become used to, Paul Trustwell, with the number 2 car back out in front, and the Aston should slot back into second position.
That's right, and so the other thing that has happened is that the number 11 car has come up into third place as a result of pit stops, but it is going to be due a pit stop in around about 40 minutes. Now, 40 minutes is a long time, and of course within that time it'll be up there in third place, and then we'll see the reversal where the 33 and the 88, the number 33 car, the Lance David Arnold having taken over the SPS Mercedes, and the Dragon Racing Ferrari, which now has Matt Griffin behind the wheel following its pit stop. I'm not quite sure if we picked that one up in all the other excitement that was happening, but everybody kind of stopping at roughly the same time at the moment, and that's a thing which won't necessarily continue to happen, because some teams will be working on 2 hours per driver and doing tyres for 2 hours, but then they have to do an extra stop because their fuel tank won't do a full 2 hours, so they'll have to put an extra little fuel stop in order to get the car up to 2 hours, and then they're kind of caught on the horns of a dilemma. Well, whilst they're in the pits doing that, because whilst you're in the pit lane, you're stuck with doing 40 kilometres an hour, so you don't necessarily want to do an extra pit stop. And you then might say, well, you might find that they do a shorter stint because the gentleman driver is what's happening. So it's an interesting strategical problem.
Jelmer Berman leads then after 137 laps. It's the 24 Hours of Dubai. And work continues on the number 90 Seat, as trundling by it in the fast lane goes one of 2 Lamborghinis in the entry this year. It's the number 22 Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini, which pulls into its pit stop and is just a hair's breadth away from one of 3 Mark Focus V8s from Australia, the Silhouette cars. And in fact, we can head straight down to pit lane to Joe Bradley, who can get a great viewpoint of the number 22, Joe.
Yeah, I had a great viewpoint of something of almost coming together.
It was, wasn't it?
It was absolutely. The 91 Ford Focus just got out of the way by turning 90 degrees and putting its nose towards the pit garage door. And right behind it, as you described, Johnny, was the 22 Lamborghini, which is showing those signs of hard work, hard endurance racing work, and lots of tyre marks and carbon dust all the way down the sides of the car. The windscreen being clean, smoke billowing from under the wheel arch now, and a little bit of oil replenishment as the car is about to come down off the jacks and head towards the refueling area. It's having a little bit of service work put on it with a bit of tank tape being addressed to the right rear quarter. I'll have a look and see what that's. It's keeping one of the now then the standard production Lamborghini light cluster on the right hand rear of that car isn't working. So what they've done is they've put a little red bike light. I could only describe it as a bicycle light that is being taped above the light cluster to as in effect working as a a poor effort, really. It's a tiny little red light in difference to the standard light cluster. So, yeah, that number 80, the number 22 Lamborghini showing signs that it is being worked very hard here in Dubai.
Thank you, Joe. That's what we like to see, isn't it? Cars that are absolutely pristine, beautifully turned out at the start of the race, and as every lap goes by, they get a little bit dirtier, they get a bit more tyre perhaps rubbed on the side of the bodywork. They show signs, as Joe Bradley so eloquently put, of some hard work in this race. Jelmer Berman continues to lead then after 139 laps in the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. It's RadioLeMans.com with Johnny Palmer, Paul Truswell, Joe Bradley and Nick Damon down in the pits. Live from the Dubai Autodrome, it's the 24 Hours of Dubai, and this is the 10th year that this race has been run with a record number of starters this year. 89 cars took the start. Jelmer Berman then leads the way after 139 laps, but an intriguing battle which has actually now changed very slightly. Johnny Adam was being pursued by a frenetic run from Heinz Brüder in the FAC Autotech car, the Porsche. Now that's not the machine that started on pole position, actually the sister car of the 12. The 11 car was getting lighter and lighter, so much so that it had to come in for a pit stop now, Paul Truswell, but it was very close to the 28 car prior to its stop.
Yes, it was a good drive from Hans Brüder, and that FAC Autotech Porsche having a very good run indeed, but now coming in for its pit stop, and I'm surprised in a sense by that, because I didn't expect it to come in quite so early. It was a very slow lap into the pits as well. It was a 2 minutes 53 into the pit, so having been right on the tail of the Aston, he dropped away, which was the first point of concern, and then he came into the pit. So I suspect that there were actually kind of that pit stop may be slightly out of kilter. If I just go here, the number 11 car was due. The pit, sorry, just to. It was only a 21 lap stint for that car. Now, whether it's just gone in to take the splash of fuel, I don't know, but we get a message on the screen saying that there was an incident out on the circuit between it and car number 79, which is the BMW M3.
Car 79 has had a problem already, hasn't it, in this race?
Yes, that's the Duo Racing BMW M3, isn't it?
Maurice Faber currently driving the Duo Racing M3, as you say, and it came to a halt to bring out the third of 4 purple zones that we've had so far in this race. If you're not sure what a purple zone is, or a code 60, as it's coined, well, instead of going into a safety car period when there is a problem on track, perhaps a car that needs clearing, and in that instance it was car 79 that was stranded at turn 4, then the purple flag is flown and every car on the track has to keep down to a 60 km/h speed limit whilst the issue is sorted. As you pass the incident itself, your car needs to be down to walking pace. For the rest of the track, and it's a 5.3 kilometre track here at Dubai, very similar to a Silverstone sort of length, you have to adhere to that speed limit.
And as I say, what we need now is really to find out what the damage is, because the number 11 car, Heinz Brüder, is still in the pit, and under normal circumstances it should have gone up for fueling by now. So there's obviously work going on that FAC Autotech Porsche, and yet another top A6 car being brought into the pit lane as a result of damage that it's received out on the circuit. And on the subject of that, I'm advised by Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com that the number 3 Black Falcon Mercedes won't be coming out again. It's a retirement from this race, although it will still be classified, because everybody gets classified in this race, but it's broken beyond repair, and we'll wait and see for news of what might have befallen the FAC Autotech car number 11.
And there is a view of the number 79 car, which we reckon was involved in the incident involving the 11 machine, and the front left corner, as you can see, is not steering in the correct direction, so clearly broken steering on the 79. The second problem that it has encountered in this race after, we think, contact with the 11 car, the FAC Autotech machine, which is the Porsche driven by Heinz Bruder, already made it back to pit lane under its own steam. Jelmer Berman leads after 141 laps, and we're into our 5th Code 60. The purple flag being displayed for the 5th time here at Dubai, the Hankook 24 Hours Dubai Autodrome, and well, it ain't to do with the 79 BMW being roped back to pit lane, because that's already in pit lane itself. It's made it back to that point.
Unless there's some liquid on the circuit, which the marshals need to treat.
Good point, yeah. And through into the pit lane itself, so therefore breaking the beam, comes the red 79 BMW, but there is a view of the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes. We may well have lost one of the team's SLSs, but most importantly perhaps, the 2 car continues to lead the race, and it is right behind the car that started on pole position a number of hours ago, nearly 6 hours ago. And sadly the 12 car has dropped way down now. Martin Raginger had a really good opening stint for the 12, but it's down in 33rd position now overall, which puts it 8th within A6 Pro. So Berman leads, Johnny Adam in 2nd in the KPM Racing Aston Martin. 3rd position is the 33 Mercedes of Lance David Arnold for SPS Automotive Performance. 4th place in the overall standings, Matt Griffin, having got on board the 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari. He's been driving that very quickly indeed, of course adhering to the 2-minute 4-second delta time. Got close to it last time around, 2 minutes 4.8 he did. Not quite as good as Rob Boff's effort, which was a 2 minutes 4.037. So just gone 5 to 8 in the evening, local time here in Dubai. That means we're less than 5 minutes away from the traditional fireworks display, which is also always awe-inspiring. A chance then to maybe put your hands over your ears in the next 5 minutes when that gets underway at 8 o'clock. In the meantime, one of our 2-member pit lane team is Nick Damon, and a lot of activity, Nick, down in the pits whilst this Code 60 takes place.
I think activity is putting it rather generously. I think chaos might be a much better activity. Before the Code 60 came in, the 71 BMW tried to pit stop at the Black Falcons pits and then got confused as he waved through. The big red BMW that can't turn under its own steam because it had a massive shunt on the front left and it's got a locked front tyre, the 79, is effectively blocking everyone. Also including in that the 78, which is completely smashed up as well. So there's a lot of dead BMWs. Then we saw the 20 Porsche make the world's least attractive pit stop, because he actually came in with his wheels turned and just managed to avoid hitting the 57. And at the end of all this, they haven't still managed to pit the Black Falcon car. So it's all managed to be a complete mess.
Disaster.
I was going to use a word there that would get me, that would get me off the rail forever, and I stopped.
I would have had a really good guess at what you were going to say. Thankfully, you backed out of it. So Nick Damon down in the pit lane, still just about hanging on to his job by his fingertips, and Joe Bradley at the other end of the pit lane. Code 60 continues, though, and we are very close to a fireworks display. This is a well-timed Code 60, potentially, Paul.
Yes, if you haven't seen this firework before, and I know Johnny hasn't.
No,
it happens over there, and it's a bit like I don't say a nuclear war, because that's going to be a bad thing in this part of the word. The problem is that we have a roof that overhangs the commentary booth here, and so you have to end up watching it on the television screen. But it is, and what I find most amazing about this firework display is the noise. The mortar shells which go up really do make a fair good bangs when you get a good bang for your buck. The other thing, just whilst Code 60 is going on, is that just in case I misled people by saying that it was because of liquid left as a result of the clash between the BMW and the Porsche, there is another car apparently, in a place of danger, which the organisers want to retrieve. So that's why we've got the Code 60. It's not for liquid on the circuit. It's in order to retrieve a car in a place of danger, and we'll try and work out which one it is and where it is whilst we watch the fireworks.
Indeed. So This is the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai, here at the Dubai Autodrome, and way over towards the BRM Watches hairpin now. There is a fabulous fireworks display that if you're watching in sound and vision on radiolemans.com you can see, and also via Motors TV. Thank you for joining us if you are watching back in the UK, 4 hours behind, so just approaching 4 in the afternoon. It's nearly 8 o'clock local time here in the Middle East. And the fireworks have started a touch early, but that's absolutely fine because it ties in nicely with our 5th Code 60. And still there's a lot of activity taking place down in the pit lane, not least for the 79 car, which is now pointing closer towards its pit garage. But of course that garage isn't exclusively the number 79s. There are 3 cars per garage here this weekend, with 89 starters. It's a long old pit lane anyway, but to accommodate all those cars you need to have 3 in every single garage, and that means that you need to be in constant communication with your neighbours and the people sharing your garage to make sure that there aren't clashes, there isn't too much stacking in the pit lane. That was a big one, blimey. It's like an earthquake.
I did warn you, Johnny.
You did.
There's one or two where you sort of think they've left a match in the fireworks box and the whole lot's gone off. But the earth shakes.
The number 19 Corvette, Chevrolet Corvette, which is the only Corvette in the field, a former GT1 car, has just made a stop and is now heading towards the fueling area. Also, I noticed that the Bezoplast Mini has just been in for a stop, and I think heading for fuel also. That's the number 86 green and white machine. Last time I checked, that was leading its class A2, one of the fans' favourites. As yet more fireworks are unleashed from to our right-hand side, and on Motors TV and via the radiolemans.com website you will have a wonderful view of an awful lot of money being spent on these fireworks over to our right-hand side. More cars coming into pit road. This is one of the lower order BMWs working its way down now, the 161 car, for maybe a fuel top-up and a driver change. 161 is the SP3 car of Security Sorg Rennsport. It's an E92 M3 and it's 7th in class, driven by Stefan Bayer. So working down towards the pit lane, and it's the number 2 car then that heads the way. Jelmer Berman leading by, well, the timing screen would show us a couple of laps. I don't think it's quite as wide a margin as that, but Berman leads from Johnny Adam in the 28 Aston Martin.
It is 1 lap, Johnny.
Just gone 8 o'clock in the evening here in Dubai, and we are very close to the 6-hour mark of this 10th running of this fabulous event here at the Dubai Autodrome. So 18 hours to go, 6 hours done. We've done a WEC race effectively at this point, Paul Truswell.
Absolutely, yes. The race itself, not quite 6 hours old. It will be in 10 seconds' time because we started the race 2 minutes late.
Yeah.
2 minutes late. But this is as you mentioned, the 5th Code 60 period. And still having trouble identifying which car it is which is in a place of danger. I thought for a minute it might have been the GT4 Aston Martin again, but that one seems to be moving. The information we have, although there's lots of it, doesn't always give us everything we want to know. So until we can quite find out whereabouts it is, it's difficult for us to suggest how much longer the Code 60 is going to go on for. What has happened in this particular Code 60, Johnny, is that there's been far more bunching up as cars come up behind cars that are not doing 60 kilometres an hour. And of course that means that people have to be very patient indeed behind the car in front of them, even though it's not doing 60 kilometres an hour. It still can't overtake. And of course through the particular place where the incident is, and they have to slow down even more. So there's large areas of the track that are completely empty, and some areas of the track that are rather bunched up, which, as I say, ends up being a bit more like a safety car situation, which is what the Code 60 is supposed to avoid. Having said that, 6 hours into the race, it's not quite such a significant impact as it would be if it was right at the start, for example.
Just got a view of the 25 Porsche making a stop from third position in the 997 class. That's effectively the Porsche Carrera Cup division. And at the wheel of the 25 was Gervin Scheuring for Black Falcon, although that car has just made a stop and potentially a driver change as well. It's getting fuel at the moment. As soon as it exits the fuel area and heads back into the race, be able to tell you whether there was a driver change for that car. But it's a class that's led by the sister machine for Black Falcon. Anders Fjordbach still at the wheel in the number 26 car, and I reckon there has been a driver change for the 25. 26 though, Anders Fjordbach still at the wheel of the 26, which is 9th overall. Second in that class is Gianluca Di Lorenzi in number 87 for GTL Racing, and that is on a out lap now, so plenty of cars clearly making stops during this caution period, essentially. The Code 60, and Jelmer Berman then is in the second sector now, just circulating with a lap and a bit of an advantage over the 28 car. Code 60 continuing for some collection of debris, so we'll take this moment to have a word with Bruce Jones, who has indeed got Gerwin Scheuring, who's just stepped out of the 25.
Yeah, Gavin, you're looking quite warm. Good stint, though. Came in from third in class in the 25 Porsche.
Yeah, the car is doing great. The team is doing a great job. The other cars in P1, both cars are brand new, so we have nothing to complain, I guess.
Now, when you get these Code 60 periods, do you always see what's caused it when you go around the track? Did you see what caused this one? Which car is by the side of the circuit?
Yes, I was lucky enough to see it, so I could talk with the team. So the pit stop was actually anticipated one lap before, but then about 15 cars already came in, so we decided to not do it and do it the next lap, otherwise we would be in the queue for the fuel.
Ah, very clever. Who's taken over the car now?
That is Manuel, our ace driver who put the car on pole and 13th overall with a lap time that is GT3 worthy.
There you go. Here's a name to watch, Manuel Metzger. Thank you very much, Gavin.
So Metzger still at the fueling area in the 25, but will rejoin the party very shortly. Gervin brought the car in, as I say, third position in class. There's the 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari, which has been going strongly in the hands of Rob Barth formerly, and now at the wheel of the 88, it's Matt Griffin. So where is Matt? Fourth overall, considering that's an A6 AM car, and they're having to stick to 2-minute 4-second laps and no better, no quicker. Rob Barth said earlier on, though, to, I think it was Nick Damon, saying that he reckoned that 88 car could get to a podium in the overall standings. They were running second last year after 13 or so hours. So that gives the impression that these 2-minute 4-second delta times don't compromise your car that much. You can mix it with the A6 Pro machines.
Provided you're consistent, that's right, and you can stay out of trouble. So, you know, if you look at the overall average lap time of the winning car, it's difficult to work out because of the Code 60 periods, but you do... It certainly can be done, but I think the problem is if you've got an A6 Pro car, you've just got that much more flexibility to run fast whenever you want. And normally that then scuppers any chances that an A6 AM car has, even if it gets up the order. As the race progresses, other cars come back and overtake it again. So it's a bit like when a GT AM car moves up the field at Le Mans. It sort of does move up a little while, but then it falls back again a little bit later on. So it's not a clean suggestion at all. There's been a suggestion on one of my screens here that it's number 78 which has caused the code 60, and that it's off at turn 13, which is the left-hander before the left-handed hairpin here, which is kind of outside our vision because of the shape of the bowl and the way that's been done. So, okay, thank you for that. We've got information on the screen and confirmation from our pit crew that 78 is in the pit garage. So, as I say, I don't know if that's been already towed back and they're now clearing the circuit. But as I say, the problem was described as being at turn 13, which is just before the bowl hairpin left-hander.
Yeah, so flat out, or certainly in a car with a little more aero, flat out left-hand kink before you have to brake heavily for kind of double apex turn 14. Bruce Jones reports from the pit lane that number 78 car is leaking an awful lot of oil. Bruce Jones, one half of our pit lane crew, powered by Nismo. Eat, sleep, race, repeat. The other half being Nick Damon.
Thanks, Johnny. Yeah, with Valentin Pitt. Valentin, now, this is amazing. The 33 car, third place.
Yeah, we've done really, really well. We were lucky with the two Code 60s we had, and we were able to refuel quickly and get out there very quite fast and make our turns. And let's hopefully continue like this for the next days. Next hours, sorry.
Days where it's a long race, it's not that long. Are you surprised about how much trouble a lot of the other A6 cars have been in?
No, I'm not surprised at all, actually. The conditions are really, really tough out there. There's a lot of overtaking. Even myself, when driving, I'm always really praying every corner I'm taking that I'm not going to get hit. So I'm really, really happy how we've been performing so far, and hopefully we will continue like this.
Can you have any tactics, or is it just a case of seeing what happens and keeping going?
Well, of course you can have tactics. I'm not going to discuss them with you, what our tactics are, but of course we have tactics. We're probably going to do a 2-hour, so double stint, once or twice tonight. So that's pretty much what I can say.
So you are going to discuss it with me then?
Yeah, probably that, but I'm not going to reveal how many, so we'll see.
Thank you very much indeed. And as you can hear from the raise of the noise, Johnny and Paul, the cars are back under green.
After our fifth Code 60, yes, we return to full racing conditions down at turn 1, this decline in the circuit, and there is much undulation here at Dubai, possibly not originally being able to tell from a kind of overhead track diagram, and also from the camera shots. Actually, it doesn't give you the full impression of how up and down this circuit is. It's a real driver challenge and has taken a lot of work to design, some advice from racing drivers as well to find out how to get a challenging lap in, and also one or two mistake-inducing crests and little brows here and there that unsettle the car, particularly exiting turn 14, but also the bowl, which is the section of track that the 33 has just negotiated. It's now on the long back straight, if you like. The kind of middle portion of the lap is a long straight where a GT3 car and A6 car will get up to something like 160, 170 miles per hour. But the run onto that straight, so important, and it's a heavily banked turn 7 where you have to pitch the car in and just have the faith that it will grip. So the number 28 car is still doing well in second position, but finding it difficult to make inroads into Jelmer Berman's pace. Just we'll wait for the first flying lap after the Code 60 car. Berman, Adam and Lance David Arnold is the top 3, so that's Mercedes from Aston from Mercedes. Down to Bruce Jones in the pit lane, who has an interview for us. Bruce.
Well, I have Gus Bessam with me. You're just showing me your hands are still shaking. What happened with the 78 BMW?
I was actually driving quite well, and then in the rear of the circuit, in the fast track, there's a slow driver, and I'm passing him on the left side. And then the circuit turns a little bit to the left, and in between the corner itself and my car is another car behind me. It tries to put it between us, between me and the end of the circuit. So, and then I started to spin at 200 kilometers an hour. I tried to keep it on the track. Actually, I was nearly there, but the last 10% I didn't manage. And then I hit the wall. and now they're trying to repair. We have a decision to make because the motor kept on running, and then we lost some oil. And now the question is there any damage in the motor itself? So either we change the motor or we keep on driving, but there's a decision of 17,000 euros, because if it goes wrong, then we know in half an hour, because then the motor blows up. A little bit of decision time we're taking. So actually I'm hoping that this Code 60 will last for 2.5 hours for us to change the motor and be back in the race again.
And this Code 60 is Code 60 number 6, so there has been a lot of incident in this race. I'm glad to see you're okay though.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm glad to see myself being okay. There's a big difference between the type of cars. And the slower ones don't always keep the ideal line, nor the faster ones keep off the ideal line. So, and then you come at the end of the long straight, it's 4 cars next to each other into a hairpin of a right turn. Yeah, then it's asking for the trouble. I've seen some accidents happening. Yeah, then again, it's racing.
Did you enjoy it to start with?
Yeah, sure.
Exactly. I could tell you he's got a big smile, really. Thank you, Gus Bessam. Car 78, the BMW, in the garage. Lots of work going on at the moment.
Thank you, Bruce. And as you mentioned, this is the 6th Code 60 of this year's race. It's the Dubai 24 Hours for 2015 and the 112 car. The reason for it, having stopped at turn 10, the 112 car is one of a couple of Presenza.eu racing team Clios, the Cup Endurance version of the Renault, and Mark Schelling at the wheel. So turn 10 is what, Paul Truswell, at the end of that long straight?
Yes, it is. That's the hairpin at the end of the back straight. Yeah.
So actually lock the binoculars onto that sort of area. You can see plenty of yellow flashing lights from over to our right, where the intervention vehicles have parked up next to the Clio.
It looks to me, Johnny, as if they've parked up on the left-hand side of the track, though, which means that if they are going to tow it back, he's on the wrong side of the circuit, because if you're going to get him back in, you need to be on the right-hand side of the circuit.
Oh dear. Okay, so some work to be done, and all the field limited to, again, 60 kilometres per hour. Struggling to get a bit of a rhythm going in this portion of the race, but Jelmer Berman still leads by slightly over 1 lap, but it's not quite 2 laps. Johnny Adam is in second position in his KPM Racing Aston Martin. Berman driving the Black Falcon Mercedes, I'll remind you. Third position is the number 33 car, which is Lance David Arnold for SPS Automotive Performance, and a view of the 205 Ginetta now, which is the Nova Race entry. Nova Race have a couple of cars here this year.
It's the SP3 leader, Johnny.
It is, yeah.
In 26th place overall, and that car has a lap of an advantage within its class, although it's only 10 seconds, a car just behind it. But that's a 997 class car, so it might not be in 26th place overall for very long. But the little Nova race car there, number 205 on the screens at the moment.
Also an interesting shot, if you're watching via the RadioLeMans.com website or on Motors TV, of the Peugeot 207, which is in a garage immediately opposite our commentary box, and the chaps on the front there, the mechanics, were almost fanning the engine via the use of the bonnet. Up and down it went, and certainly frantic work in the engine bay continues on the 120 car, which has had all sorts of problems, kind of before the race, because it had a big crash in warm-up this morning. They've worked very, very hard on the car just to get it started. And Lisa Seebrunner has been the latest driver in that machine, the French Power Motorsport 207 RCR.
The course car has come back, Johnny, which is always a good sign. I can't see any more yellow flashing lights over at turn 10. So I'm sort of optimistic that this particular Code 60 is going to be a disappointment to... we were just talking to Guy Spessam. because I don't think it's going to last the 2.5 hours that he wanted in order to
that was
to
a
change
bit
the
optimistic,
engine.
I think.
Yes, and it would have been a bit of a blow for us as well. The car is in the pit lane that's being towed back. That's the 112 Clio. And I say, once we get that through the pit lane and out of harm's way, then hopefully we'll be racing once again. We've, as far as Code 60 is concerned, managed to get ourselves up to something over an hour and a half underneath the Code 60 in the 6, as Bruce told us, Code 60 periods that we've had thus far. The amazing thing is, though, that hour and a half has only eaten up 17 laps. The number of laps completed, obviously at 60 kilometres an hour, reduces drastically, and that inevitably has the consequence that chances of getting up to record distance are diminishing the more Code 60s appear. And in fact, the little projection calculator thing that I have here, which works these clever kind of things out, now suggests that even if we get to the end of the race now with no more purples, then we're still not going to be able to get up to record-breaking distance, which we were earlier on in the race, so that's a bit of a disappointment. The Code 60 is going to finish any minute now. We've been informed that within the next few seconds, racing will be underway once again, and Jelmer Berman will be able to stretch his margin in the Mercedes ahead of Johnny Adam in the Aston Martin. He's got a lap of an advantage. Johnny Adams got less than a lap on the number 33, the SPS Automotive Mercedes, which is currently in third place. So it's Mercedes leads Aston, leads Mercedes in third place, then Ferrari is fourth, Corvette is fifth, and in sixth place is another Mercedes-Benz. So that's the number 30 Mercedes-Benz, which is in sixth place, the Ram racing car, and that's pretty much on the tail of Nicky Pastorelli in the Corvette. And I don't know if we're going to be able to get any of that on the screens, but a good battle in prospect. Just a few seconds separating the Corvette number 19, Johnny, with Nicky Pastorelli at the wheel, from Adam Christodoulou in the Ram Racing Mercedes.
One car that we are focusing on at the moment is the number 86 Bezoplas Racing Mini Cooper, which leads its class. That's Class A2, and Henry Littig is currently at the wheel of that car. Let's head quickly down to Bruce Jones, who's got an update on certainly one car that might be rejoining Bruce.
Well, one of the cars that, if your car's in the pits having work, you pray for Code 60s. I've had a couple recently. It won't give them much time back, but it helps. Every little bit helps. 93, one of the trio of Mark Cars Australia, the Focus V8. That's got a hit up the right rear and had all sorts of damage at the tail end. They've just been straightening it all out, and Scott Nicholas is helmeted up, and he's going to be rejoining in the next couple of minutes. So at least their perseverance will be rewarded, at least with another crack. What they came here to do, go racing.
Thank you, Bruce, for the update. Meanwhile, the 930 Porsche 997 Cup car is in the middle of a pit stop. That's the Team 930 Rush Brigade, and Takeyomi Mima was at the wheel, although they are doing a driver change now. It's coming from 83rd position overall, and 17th of 17 997 Carrera Cup cars in this class, but nevertheless the driver change may help it to work its way up the order. There is the Bezoplas Mini leading Class A2, working its way through turn 14 and onto 15 and 16 that end the lap, about to be overtaken by one of the Clios, the 216, and nearly contact actually between 15 and 16, turns 15 and 16. There's a number of cars all break together. Very crowded house here, heading through the final corner and completing the lap. I wonder whether that was a scrap for actual position within Class A2. It's a hard-fought division, certainly, and the Bezoplas Mini starting to catch the Clio that it's just been overtaken by. So
yes, I think they are. Johnny, position, is it? Battling over 45th position overall in the race. Or are they? No,
the Mini's a lap ahead.
Yes, he is. He's a lap ahead. So they're close together, but a lap apart.
Close together with Jose close for VDS Racing. And that's the Honda Civic Type R, driven by Closer. And then a couple of cars back, Andrew Hack in the Red Camel Sayat Leon is third within Class A2. 1A Finkboner is fourth in that class in the Krennic Motorsport Clio. And there's another Clio in fifth position in Class A2, which is Mads Christian Christens at the wheel of the Team Sally Racing Renault Clio, the Danish entered car. Great spread of marks within Class A2, Mini Cooper, Civic, couple of Clios, and the Sayat Leon as well from Red Camel. Jelmer Berman then continues to lead the race, and we'll head down to Bruce Jones, who's got an update on a car that's had, 3 engine changes?
Right, Zetanet Racing, they've done all the engine changes for a whole year. 1 between qualifying and now. Sorry, 2 already, and now you've got it out with a third engine.
Hopefully we've fixed what looks to be a non-engine related problem which was causing the head gaskets to blow. So anyway, we knew we were going to be out of contention now for anything of a class win, so we decided to fix the car properly, and third time's a charm, hopefully.
Well, let's hope so. Thanks very much. That was Gerald McLeod, who came all the way over from Australia, hope for a little more racing, and at the moment that should be Graham Davidson. We spoke to him before the race. He was champing at the bit to have his first crack at a 24-hour race. Was frustrated. I think Nick interviewed him for TV, and now finally, with night well and truly fallen, the Zetanet Racing number 48 Honda into the race for the first time proper.
Good stuff. Well, certainly top marks for just carrying on, tenaciousness to get that car back out in the race after 3 engine changes, and they deserve a bit of luck now from this point on. So we will keep our eye on how that car does. Again, an awful lot of cars pouring their way through the final corner, and these are in different classes as well, so speed differential, something to be wary of. Jelmer Berman has headed into the second sector on this, his 150th lap. Last time around it did a 2:04.7, so pretty good pace there being shown by Jelmer. Johnny Adam just over a lap behind in the 28 Aston. Third position is the number 33 Lance David Arnold driven SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes. Fourth place Matt Griffin in the 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari. Fifth place is number 19 Nicky Pastorelli, once again on board the Fiat V8 Racing entered Chevrolet Corvette. And in sixth place it's Ram Racing in the number 30 car at the moment, Adam Christodoulou in the deep red and silver Mercedes SLS entered from the UK. Ram Racing in sixth place. And Anders Fjordback only a couple of cars further back actually in the leading Carrera Cup class car. That's the number 26 machine we need to be looking at for. Our pit lane this weekend is powered by Nismo, Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat, and Nick Damon can join us now.
Yes, down with the 99 car, the Attempto Racing Machine, and Philip Wazik. Philip, 12th overall, which is good, but 5th in class. It's a very competitive amateur class in GT3, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. It's very competitive. We are a bit unlucky till now. We came from P3 in class, and I think 9th overall. But we have some little contact and have 2 more pit stops during that. And yeah, now we try to save or survive the night. And tomorrow morning it's racing time.
You had a bit of contact. Were you lucky? Did the code purples play into your time when you had to repair the car, or were you unlucky?
We are unlucky, but there was not a lot of damage. We have a front tire puncture and some small damages. We can fix it with tape, so there we don't lost so much time. But yeah, unfortunately after that the code 60 came.
So what really can you do now? Is it a case of just desperately trying to survive and not be hit by anybody and not hit anyone?
Yeah, for sure. That's the first point. And now Aki Aka is in car. He is quite quick at night, so he should be about this 0.4 times. After that, I go in car maybe for 2 hours, try to catch up, and yeah, then we see where we are standing, and then we wait that the sun rises, and then we can push again.
So yeah, it's tricky, it's difficult, it's dangerous, but are you looking forward to your 2 hours of night driving?
yeah, for me it's fun. I'm more the pro at this car, and yesterday I did some night laps, and for me it's no really difference between day and night, because it's the same. You have to be focused, and yeah, but it's tricky with the other guys. Maybe they don't see you so good like in the daytime, and yeah, you have to be careful, very carefully.
Philip, thanks very much and best of luck. Thanks.
It's Nick Damon from down in the pit lane, and we'll be hearing from him a little bit more in due course. We're also joined by Bruce Jones in the pit lane and Joe Bradley a little bit later on in the race. Our three-man pit lane crew powered by Nismo this weekend at the 10th anniversary, the 10th running of the Hankook 24 hours, I should say, of Dubai, here from the Dubai Autodrome. Thank you for joining us, whether via radiolemans.com on the website, in sound and vision, 87.6 here at the track via Autodrome FM, and on Motors TV as well, with Jelmer Berman leading the way after 151 laps, just done a 2:05.5, so again good pace, and we've not yet reached the halfway point of his potential stint. 52 minutes of what is a maximum of 120 minutes that no one can do more of.
At least not in one driving stint, and after that they have to have a rest of 2/3 of the length of the stint that they actually have just done. The interesting thing with these Code 60 periods, though, is that what it does is it has the impact of allowing the drivers to start thinking how they want to do this, because very often one of these GT3 cars won't last 2 hours on a tank full of fuel, but if they're doing very slow speeds, Code 60 kilometers an hour, then they can stretch the fuel a little bit, and that can mean that they can do a little bit longer than they were originally intending to do. So it gives them more flexibility. So we may see in a few minutes' time, when we start getting the next lot of pit stops happening, that they don't all come in at the same time as they did last time when they all came in at the same time. So it's quite an interesting sort of way that these things are going to work. So look out for it after the break.
The Black Falcon Mercedes of Jelmer Berman continues to lead. That's car number 2, ahead of the Aston Martin of Johnny Adam, car number 28, and third position is the Lance David Arnold Mercedes from SPS Automotive Performance. So Mercedes, Aston Mercedes, then a Ferrari from the amateur division of Class A6, although Matt Griffin very much a pro driver. 88 car up as far as 4th overall now, ahead of Nicky Pastorelli in the V8 Racing Corvette. Adam Christodoulou is 6th place in the Ram Racing Mercedes, and then 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. 67 car, which is Duncan Heisman now at the wheel of the GDL Racing SLS. The San Marino entered car, and Heisman, unsurprisingly, starting to do a very decent lap, possibly the fastest lap of the race so far for that car. Behind Duncan on the screen, brought to us this year by BRM Watches, official timing partner of radiolemans.com, is the 26 car of Anders Fjordbach, which is the first of the Carrera Cup division cars. So leading its class and 8th overall, ahead of number 23 Ricardo Sanchez, which is the Nissan GT Academy GTR. We're hearing from Darren Cox a little bit earlier on in our broadcast, who is the head of Nismo. And good to hear from Darren a little earlier on. So Ricardo Sanchez, the Mexican, is pedaling the 23 car very quickly. And having just come in from 10th position, Matteo Vallicelli in the repaired number 4 car has just come in from a stop, or for a stop, I should say, from 10th position. Down to the pit lane, and here is Bruce Jones.
James Cossington, we're it seems well into the night. It's only 8:30. Of course, it gets dark early. You're champing at the bit. You haven't had a go yet, and the number 73 BMW is sitting in the garage. What's the problem?
It's no problem. It's just a routine stop. The guys wanted to check on pad wear. Just give the car a good check over. These 235s are quite new on the scene, so they're not quite sure how it's going to handle the race. They've done 1 or 2 at the Nürburgring, but it seems to be absolutely bulletproof so far. So yeah, fingers crossed we should get to the finish, but we're just making sure that we get to the finish without having an accident or
It's the 10th anniversary of the 24 Hours of Dubai, with Jelmer Berman continuing to lead the race for Black Falcon. Johnny Adam is in second position for the Aston Martin squad, KPM Racing, and Lance David Arnold remains in third position in car number 33. We're going to, without further ado, head down to Bruce Jones, who's managed to collar a driver. Bruce Jones.
Yeah, no, still with James Cottingham. Just who brought the 73 car in?
So Max is in the car. He's just gone out for the first stint, his first stint, and I'm going out after him for my first stint. And unfortunately, he spent the whole time in a code 60. So at the moment, he's not really had any laps of aggression, but he'll go well.
Now, going up and down the pit lane, you see all sorts of teams having all sorts of problems, but your garage, 11C, seems to be going quite well. But next door, 11B, FAC Autotech, they've had the number 11 Porsches in at the moment. They had the 12 in for a long time. It's not looking so good for them, is it?
Yeah, I think it's it's a difficult circuit. It's aggressive on the cars. There's a lot of cars here, so there's been quite a lot of contact this weekend. And obviously, the cars are being pushed to their limits here, especially I think with a shorter circuit as opposed to somewhere like the Ring. They really, the drivers do tend to go a bit too quickly, too early on, and I think that's what we're seeing up and down the pit lane. But hopefully we can just keep it in one piece and keep a steady pace. That's what we're aiming to do.
Nonsense, James. Get out there and drive like the wind.
Thanks a lot.
That's Bruce Jones down in the pit lane. He's joined by Nick Damon and a little bit later on in the race, Joe Bradley. Up in the booth, it's Paul Truswell and myself, Johnny Palmer, taking you through the 10th running of this Dubai 24 Hours at the Dubai Autodrome. We have a Mercedes out front from Black Falcon. It's an Aston Martin running in second position and another Mercedes in third spot. Fourth place, Matt Griffin in the A6 amateur class car, the Dragon Racing Ferrari 458 Italia, with in fifth place Nicky Pastorelli in the yellow and black former GT1 car from V8 Racing. It's a Chevy Corvette in fifth place, having just done a 2 minute 6.0, so not really catching Matt Griffin. Matt's struggling to catch Lance David Arnold. What is happening though is potentially Arnold catching Johnny Adam, but he's got a fair way to go before he catches the tail of the Strata 21 sponsored machine, Paul.
But it's that kind of thing that can take a little time, and when a code 60 happens, then that kind of gap can suddenly bunch up again. But I think we can go down now to the pits and Nick Damon. Nick.
Yes, with Peter Cox. I think the car is the number 4 car, the Scuderia Prague car is on camera with Peter, what's the problem with the machine?
Well, there was not a problem. We had a really big accident before the qualifying, so we needed to start from pit lane at dead last, and we did manage really well. We were just now in the top 10 overall, and I think he got hit by, I presume it is Jamie Campbell Walter. Ironically, he was in the same box as us, but they had contact. Matteo was overtaking him, I guess, because they are Pro-Am, so they are going slower. And also the car is damaged on the rear, so Matteo passed him and he still hit him whatever way, and it's a shame because we were going really well, and now we have a bit of a setback.
It was certainly an impressive start by you. I think you'd overtaken 30 cars in about a lap.
Yeah, well, you have to do something, and but as I said, it's a shame because we moved up really well. The boys did a fantastic job in getting the car out anyway, because everything until the front windscreen was missing, and it's really a shame that this now happens,
They've had a good look at it, and is it repairable or is it a real bad problem?
No, I think it will be repairable, but it's just, it's not what you want really.
I have to ask you one thing, are you a bit confused about what car you're driving, because you've got a Lamborghini undershirt?
Well, normally I drive a Lamborghini a lot, and now this time I'm in the Ferrari, but normally I'm only in the Lambo. And as I said, it's quite ironic because there is crew from Reiter Engineering also here, and it has to be just this car that hit us, So.
Do you know what? That is absolutely the definition of irony. Thank you, Peter, indeed. Actually, it's quite funny. One of the mechanics said, you're going to talk to Jamie because he's just hit us and he's one of Peter's friends. I went, no, I'll just talk to Peter, that's fine.
Probably the best option, yes. It can be an awkward conversation probably to be had in that pit garage, particularly as Peter Cox made contact or had contact from a car that he is very familiar with, the Reiter Engineering Lamborghini. Paul.
But, great shrugging of shoulders, though, from Peter. Got absolutely the right attitude once again, I have to say. I just want to go back and talk about Fach Autotech for a little bit, because certainly the two Porsches, numbers 11 and 12, were two of the cars which we were expecting to see up at the top of the field. And the number 11 car, which came in to the pits having had contact earlier on in the race, has shown no sign of going back out again. It's been in the pits for, well, not quite an hour, but it's getting on for an hour, 50 minutes or so. The number 11 car has been in the pits. And the number 12 car, as Bruce said just very briefly, kind of moved on, but the number 12 car has also been delayed with a long pit stop. That had 45 minutes in the pits back in the fourth hour or so of the race. So both the Fach Autotech cars outside the top 30, although Jens Richter has got going again in the number 12 and is lapping quickly, and is possibly going to be able to, he's certainly going to be able to get some more places back. But as I say, he's out of contention really for anything like position in the outright podium type position. So both of the Fach Autotech cars, having promised so much, now sadly failing to deliver, as have so many of the other leading GT3 cars, Johnny.
Nick can tell us about the number 11 in just a moment, but I just want to recap on something we were watching on the screen there. If you're watching via the RadioLeMans.com website or indeed on Motors TV, there were cars coming through turn 14 very slowly indeed, almost as if we had another purple zone. Now that was because they were caught up behind an intervention vehicle which is towing in a Honda Integra down pit road, and when there is an intervention vehicle out on track, that's covered by yellow flags. Of course, there are yellow flashing lights on the top of the pickup as well, and it kind of acts as a bit of a local safety car in that no one can overtake behind it. And there was a Clio heading through turn 14, and right behind it the 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari that couldn't get by until the intervention vehicle came down pit road. It looks like that clump of cars is back to racing speed though now. Let's head down to Nick Damon there, who can give us an update on the number 11, Nick.
I can. Just before we get to the number 11, the next garage to it is the number 1, the Stadler car, which won last year, and that was rather sadly as a man on a ladder clipping down the tyre wraps and taking off the picture. So a bit, because obviously they can't close the garage like you can at Le Mans as they've retired, the symbolic way of doing it is by untie wrapping the picture above the garage door. But then, of course, you need the other two there. The 11 is still being very heavily worked on. It's the rear right, where there's actually 2.5 men inside the flared wheel arch of the 991 Porsche. There's been some severe damage to the under tray of the car, so it's picked up my guess is it picked up a bit of a punt at the rear right and low, and I think it got deranged from behind. And as anyone knows, the back of a Porsche has quite a lot going on in it. And that has caused a problem. I think they're still reworking the rear suspension, and they're waiting to put back on the rear under tray. So I think when they came in, I think they were leading the AM class, and then they've now been here for best part of an hour, and I'm sure there's another 10 minutes at least, if not a lot longer. And as I say that, just one more thing, the number 4 Ferrari has been wheeled out onto the apron.
Well, that's some good news, I suppose, at the very least. Thank you, Nick. And the car that I was talking about that has just come into pit lane via the use of an intervention vehicle on the back of a tow rope is, sadly enough, the 48 car, the Zetanet racing machine. You're almost constantly camped outside of that pit garage, Bruce Jones.
Yeah, you feel like the sort of portend of doom, sadly, but that's didn't enjoy its second engine of the weekend, hasn't enjoyed its third, it's gone out. I'm just going to grab a quick comment from the crew. Is that it now? Is that the third engine?
No, we think it's an electrical problem.
Ah, that's quite enthusiastic then.
There's still, 12, 14 hours to go? So, no, it's not over till it's over, is it?
That's the spirit, that's why we love racing, and obviously a local team, so they had great desire to do well. Graham Davidson has only done about 3 laps of his 24-hour racing debut. He's still sitting in the car. And the ever-enthusiastic crew, only 10 minutes ago, they were hugging each other because they'd completed the second engine change, and they're back under the bonnet.
Thanks, Bruce, for the update on Zetanet Racing, and we will keep an eagle eye on that pit garage to see how the work goes on. Hopefully only an electrical problem, and they won't need, they can't do another engine change because I think they'll run out of engines, frankly. So we'll see how things go for the number 48 machine, which is the Honda Integra. Jelmer Berman continues to lead, 158 laps down now, and 17 hours and 19 minutes of this 10th 24 hours of Dubai to go. Meanwhile, that is a BMW on the screen if you are watching at home on Motors TV or via the radiolemans.com website. We're in sound and vision this weekend, and it's the 77 BMW that is working its way through turn 14 now and up to the right-hander at 15. So car 77 has Mark Jaffray at the wheel. And there are 2 cars within that team here this weekend. It's caught up behind a bit of traffic. That looks like the 163 Ginetta, which it's coming through to overtake in a moment or two. Got the kind of extra headlights on the bonnet there, almost rally car-esque for the 77. The 78 has them as well. It's Gilles Bessern at the wheel of the other JR Motorsport E46 GTR. Very smart machines, those. One in a principally baby blue livery with a bit of dark blue on it, and then the other one is kind of the same livery but inverted, so more dark blue and less baby blue. And a problem for the 167 Ginetta. Now that's the one that had issues on the opening lap, was it not? Roberto Ferri at the wheel of the Nova Race Ginetta G50 GT4 from the Italian squad, and that has come to a halt close to one of the link roads here at the Dubai Autodrome. Such is the extent of this circuit. You can actually have 3 independent circuits running as one, and the Nova Race car, which was running in 85th position overall and 8th in class, has come to another halt. Looks like the engine is still running because the headlights are on. Meanwhile, a stop, and in fact more than a regular stop, for the number 19 Corvette, which has come in from 5th position. Nicky Pastorelli at the wheel, and it's dived out of the race and into the garage. The team are pushing that machine in for a little bit more work than just your regular stop. Up onto the internal jacks it goes. So that will play nicely into the hands of British driver Adam Christodoulou for Ram Racing. The 30 car that was running in 6th position will gain a spot because it was only 10 seconds behind the V8 Racing machine, and Nick Damon, I think, is fairly close by to be able to give us an update. Nick, what can you see?
I can see smoke.
Okay, that's never good.
Never good. It sounds like oil smoke. They started the engine. Yeah, there's smoke. They swept straight in the garage. I didn't think they were allowed to do that. They just drove straight in. But I'm sure there's a rule against that, but I won't tell if you don't. I think they've blown some sort of oil line, or they've got a minor leak that is then igniting on the manifold. Nicky Pastorelli is staying on board, and they are using a number of mopping devices to try and prevent the flow of the lifeblood of an engine. But yeah, not looking so good for the car. I think it was in 6th place when he came in, wasn't he?
It was in 5th, and the number on the back of the car, the blue number, has changed to 6th position because it has slipped to 6th now with Adam Christodoulou getting ahead. Thank you, Nick, though, for the update. Some smart green LED strip lighting there to be able to pick the car out in the darkness. It's number 19 as far as the entered number is concerned, and then the 6 on the back of the car that you can see next to the 5 driver names, although I think there are only 4 names in the team. Oh no, there are 5, beg your pardon. And it was Nicky Pastorelli who was driving it at the time.
But Nick made a good point that Nicky shouldn't have driven it straight into the garage, because that is expressly forbidden by the regulations, and if and when they do get it going again, then they might face a penalty for having put it into the garage, although that might indeed be the least of their problems if the smoke is as toxic as Nick's report was suggesting that it would. The other thought that occurs to me is that as the car sits there, as long as it leaves its ancillary power on, that 6 will continue to increase as cars come past it, and there can be nothing more depressing, can there, for the mechanics working on the car to not only have to be working on the car and hear the cars going past it, but also to see its position dropping on a little bit of electronics stuck to the side of the car.
Yeah, because in about 2.5 minutes, Duncan Heisman is going to catch up in his A6 AM GDL Racing entered car. And Duncan Heisman currently 7th on the road in the, 4th Mercedes in race
oil
sequence.
line.
Mercedes
oil line,
1st, 3rd, 5th and 7th at the moment, but Heisman could well be jumping up to 6th very, very shortly. Nick Damon, you think it's what, a broken oil line?
the man ran out with a very nice, large sort of washing bucket full of various lengths of expensive hose with those very attractive anodized metal connections. They threw about 10 or 11 of the big ones away, dived down for a small one. A man then took a very oily and leaky one off, and they're now trying to put that new one on. So they found, if it's not the actual problem, it's certainly a problem.
Yeah, fair enough. And in fact, with the camera on the spot, getting a good view there of the work being done in the engine bay, with much shouting between team members. They've all got headphones on, of course, with no doubt the team communicating to them as well. But that doesn't look the work of a moment. Meanwhile, heading towards the final corner of the circuit is the 18 car. The 18 car from Precy Spark. And that's the Jones family, who had hoped to be in this race within the A6 amateur class. But unfortunately for them, they did a time that was rather too quick in qualifying without the GPS mapping on their car. They weren't able to monitor the lap time during the lap itself. And accidentally found themselves in the A6 Pro division, which does mean that you can go as quick as you like, but Godfrey Jones, David Jones have been racing cars for a long, long time now, and they are, well, not regulars below the 2 minutes 4 minute mark. The sons of both David and Godfrey perhaps are arguably a little bit quicker and maybe had a match that time, but they would have preferred to be in the A6 AM division and got a weight break, but nevertheless they do have to go a bit slower by virtue of that. Nevertheless, the A6 Pro car as it is now in 18th position, running 25th overall, 7th in class, and 7th in A6 Pro is a decent effort actually, behind Yelmer Berman, Johnny Adam, that's David Arnold, Adam Christodoulou, Nicky Pastorelli still in the pits but scored as 9th place and 5th in class. 6th of the A6 Pros is Peter Cox in the number 4 car. He's back out again, by the way, in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. And then it is Morgan Jones in the Precy Spark Mercedes, so 25th overall, just about on the first page of the screen. Another car being brought back to pit lane, that's the 167 Ginetta that we've told you about, which came to a halt. Well, one of the intervention vehicles has brought Roberto Ferri back to pit road. A number of Ginetta G50s here this year. There's one G55 as well, as more work continues on the Corvette. It seems like every time we look at this pit garage, which is the first, by the way, of the garages to drivers right as you trundle down pit lane, so got a cracking view of things actually directly from our commentary box way up in the main grandstand here at Dubai. But every time we go into that garage, there seems to be more and more people working on it, which is not necessarily a good sign.
Into the penalty box comes the Precy Spark Mercedes, number 18. We were talking about how well it was going. Well, it's been penalised for something or other. What they do with penalties is they assess the team a certain amount of seconds that it has to spend in the penalty box. The team manager then has to go up there and control how long the car stops and then send it on to its pit garage for a normal pit stop. But that can be for, most likely, I would say, for speeding under the purple flag whilst the code 60 was in operation. And that's the most likely time that they'll be pinged some kind of penalty. So if you do go more than 60 kilometres an hour, or you offend in some other fashion, then you will be penalised, and it's, I think, more frustrating for a racing driver who worked his heart out on the track to then have to spend time just sitting stationary in the pit box when they could be doing something useful to the car.
Just gone 10-9 in the Middle East here in Dubai, so we aren't too far away from the end of hour 7 of this race. 17 hours and 10 minutes still to go, and the Precy Spark team taking the chance then to switch drivers. Morgan Jones brought the machine in. We'll tell you in a moment who will take it over. You'll notice no fueling taking place on the pit lane apron. Well, that is what happens every year here at Dubai. There is a separate fueling area, so once you've changed your driver, if that's what you want to do, put new tyres on the car and clean the screen, the car then trundles up towards the fueling area, which is after the pit lane garages. It turns a 90-degree right and then into an area which has pretty standard petrol and diesel pumps. It's like pulling up to a fuel station forecourt, and assuming there is a pump free at the time, you have a team member there as well waiting for you and in constant radio contact with the team to say, yeah, there is a free pump, you can send the car up there. And depending on what class you're in, what sort of car you're running, you can put anywhere between 90 and 120 litres into the car. 120 litres does fill the car up, doesn't it? They're 120 litre tanks, yeah. So if you are on the 120, that will fill it to the brim, and then the car goes back out again. So if you like, there are sort of two parts to a stop potentially. You don't always have to stop right outside your garage though, and sometimes you get cars trundling all the way down the pit lane past their team, give them a quick wave as they head through, because all they want is a bit of fuel to carry on the race.
Car off that Porsche corner, if you will, or I suppose we would call it Ferrari corner, because that's where the number 4 car had its little moment in free practice. It's got going again. It's number 93 which did that pirouette. That's at turn 15, and say number 93, that's one of the Mark Ford Focuses.
3 of those here this year from Australia. Scott Nicholas with a bit of a faux pas, but it looks like the car's managed to get back onto the track and rejoin the race. Yeah,
that's actually the best running of the 3 of them, isn't it? Number 93, I think it is, because it's on your screen. 92 is in 36th place, and the other one is further back again, I think.
Scott Nicholas is down in 76th overall, and Keith Kasolka is in 78th overall. The best placed, actually, Dean Fury, who is a name to be conjured with in V8 supercar racing. He's come from the Southern Hemisphere and runs in 36th position in the overall standings.
And
so
third in his class.
Third in class, yeah, which is good going from the essentially silhouette car. It's a tubular space frame chassis car that you can string over any sort of bodywork shape over the top, but they all look like Ford Focus machines with their thundering V8s. And yeah, 36th position for Dean Fury, but teammate number 93, Scott Nicholas, had a moment there but can rejoin, and he is 5th as far as the SP2 machines are concerned. Into our shot comes the number 33 car there of Lance David Arnold, working its way through well, it's classed as one corner, that left-hander, turn 14, but there are sort of 2 clipping points, if you like. You run out wide through the middle part of the corner and then swing back again to get a good exit out of the left-hander and set the car up for the right-hand kink at turn 15. But the problem is the road runs away from you, the driver's right. The exit of turn 14, off camber and very tricky, particularly when it's dusty. Of course, now that we're nearly 7 hours into the race, there's plenty of Hankook rubber that's gone down onto the track. So essentially, the track is getting grippier and grippier, and now we're into some cooler air as well, where the engines are able to enjoy a little bit more favourable conditions for a variety of different engines in this race, whether in Class A6 or Class A2. Everyone is welcome in this 89 car entry. We had 89 starters. We actually had 94 cars here this weekend, but only 89, I say only 89, made the start of the race. Jelmer Berman continues to lead. He's done 164 laps, having completed 162 laps. Johnny Adam is in the number 28 Aston Martin, and in third place is the 33 car. And if you're watching on Motors TV, that's the machine in shot at the moment, Lance David Arnold, third place in A6 Pro. Next car on the road is actually the 88 machine, which is the Dragon Racing Ferrari, leading its class, A6 AM, and Matt Griffin, the Irishman, pedalling that car very quickly indeed to put it 4th overall, ahead of Adam Christodoulou in 5th place, 6th place for Duncan Heisman, which is the second of the A6 AM cars, and then it's Ricardo Sanchez and Anders Fjordbach that complete the top 8. It's the 10th anniversary of the 24 Hours of Dubai. Busy into turn 14 as Lance David Arnold catches up on one of many BMWs. So Has to be a bit of a wary run here through the final sequence of corners for Lance David Arnold. Take this opportunity to head down to Nick Damon, who's spotted something awry with the Chevy Corvette. Nick?
Yeah, when it came out, much cheering, well done, a nice bit of engine oil line replacement. Unfortunately, the left-hand side front headlight, which is the side where all the work had been going on, was no longer working. So my guess is that they've knocked a connector whilst panicking around to replace the fluid oil line, and it's only got one light. The left-hand side one wasn't working, so I would think that that'll have to come back in quite quickly for a bit of a waggle of the electrical type.
How very technical. The Chevy Corvette then potentially in hot water anyway, because it was wheeled straight into the garage to get work done on it. Nicky Pastorelli maybe not aware of the rules in that you have to pull up on the apron, and then the dolly jacks should be pushed under the car and the team should wheel the car into the garage for further work rather than driving directly into it. And now, with one or two technical issues, there may be more problems to iron out. Paul Truswell for the number 19.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to go onto dolly jacks to be pushed into the garage, as long as it is mechanics that push it into the garage rather than it being driven into the garage. What the organisers don't want is for it to be physically driven into the garage under its own steam, because then if there is anybody standing around in the garage not paying attention, then it's much more difficult for the driver to stop the car. If it's just being pushed in, then that's fine, but it doesn't have to be on dolly jacks.
They may be all right then, because mechanics did push the car in.
In that case, they'll be fine. I was going from what was described by Nick, but no,
there were definitely three mechanics on the rear wing. Now, it looked like they were sort of aiding the car in, whether there was also motive power from Nicky, but Nick's telling me it never stopped. Well, does it need to stop?
Was the engine off, I think, is it?
Okay, the engine was running. So, okay, grey area. We will find out whether there is a penalty for the 19 as far as that is concerned. Anyway, Jelmer Berman continues to lead after 166 laps. We're live from the Dubai Autodrome on RadioLeMans.com. Mercedes from Black Falcon continues to lead here in the Middle East. We are getting close, very close in fact, to 9 p.m. local time. It's Johnny Palmer and Paul Truswell bringing you live coverage of the Hankook Dubai 24 Hours. 10th time that this race has been run, and it's RadioLeMans.com in sound and vision via the RadioLeMans.com website, and we're also being streamed live for the full 24 hours, 25 hours all told, with a bit of build-up and then post-race reaction live here on Motors TV. And if you're back in the UK, then thank you for joining us. I guess it's just gone 5 p.m. in the UK, 9 o'clock minus 4 hours. Yeah, that's 5 p.m. Thanks for settling back. Hopefully you're with us for the duration. The race here in the Middle East started a touch late, but only about 2 minutes late, so we are very close to the end of hour 7 with 17 hours and 90 seconds still to go. A pit stop for the number 96 car. That is one of many Mercedes SLS AMG machines here this year. The 96 car is the Mike Racing entered machine from Malaysia. Michael Chur has been driving that. It's in for a stop. Meanwhile, Ram Racing, what of their progress with Adam Christodoulou at the wheel? 4th in class, and it is catching Matt Griffin, because Matt can't go any quicker than 2 minutes 4 seconds by virtue of the delta time, because the 88 car is in the A6 amateur division. Adam Christodoulou doesn't have those restrictions on his head, so the Ram Racing car is certainly catching Matt, having just done a 2 minutes 2.6. Let's head back to the pit lane and Bruce Jones for a quick update.
Well, right at the start of the race, right at the sharp end, we saw the 167 Nova Race Ginetta G50 coming in. Well, that was an engine change. Job done, back out, going well. Now what are they doing? It's the gearbox, changing the gearbox. Henry Fletcher is suited and booted and hopping around, but I think he accepts it's going to take a little while. They're hoping they don't have to change the gearbox, but it's looking very, very likely they will. So it's not a dream race for one of the two Nova Race Ginettas, I'm afraid.
It's Bruce Jones, part of our pit lane team, powered by Nismo, Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat, and getting a moment there for a Porsche, which is the 53 car, the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche of Tiziano Cappelletti, and I beg your pardon, it was the 52 car that was having the moment. And on board, a great shot of it with the rear end snapping away. That was at either turn 14 or turn 9 that leads onto the back straight. But nevertheless, the car is able to rejoin, which is the good news after an eye-opening moment. And our onboard camera captured that brilliantly well. Well-timed choice to head towards that camera, and then an external shot as well. But that Porsche, one of many Carrera Cup type cars, is back in the race. Lance David Arnold has just made a stop, but stays in the car and now comes back into the race. Now, Lance David has done nearly an hour and 20 minutes of this stint, so he's able to continue for another 40 minutes, and there's now a problem for the 159 Audi R8 from the Red Camel crew. There is an intervention vehicle right by it, as you can see, and Rick Bruker's on and out lap has hit problems. The Red Camel Audi R8, entered by the Dutch squad then, is about to be towed back to pit lane. Can't quite work out where that is, Paul. But in 38th position as it was, Rick Bruker's, as I say, on his way back out into the race after a stop. That's the last thing you need. It looks like possibly a suspension failure on the rear left of that car. Is it towards the end of the lap?
I was going to say it was at the beginning of the lap. No, you might be right. It is at the end of the lap. It's just in the pit lane, isn't it?
It looked like it was, and I couldn't spot it at first, but it is in our vision both on the screen but in reality too. And there's an issue for the 6. No, that's actually the 6 car which has come to a halt. Now, where was the 6 machine? 14th overall and 7th in the A6 amateur class. So we've got a couple of cars off here. The 6 Mercedes SLS with an issue, and that's got an intervention vehicle next to it, together with the 159 Audi R8. So 2 cars to be brought back to pit lane, and these runners working their way down to pit road need to be wary of that. That's Jamie Campbell-Walter, the second of those cars that you just saw, the Gulf Racing UK and Gulf liveried Lamborghini.
The 6 car, I can say, is the one that is in the pit lane, or in the pit entry. It's not actually in the pit lane yet, but it's kind of started its way into the pits. And as for the Audi R8, we'll give you more information on that as soon as I can.
So the 6 car, which, as I say, was in 14th position, Andy Ruhan at the wheel, having completed nearly 160 laps. Meanwhile, Ram Racing make a stop from 5th position, and Adam Christodoulou stepping out of the car. So that should see Thomas Jaeger back in. By my reckoning, Joe Bradley, please say I'm right. Good. So Thomas Jaeger started the race and worked his way towards the end of the stint, which was the full 2 hours from memory. So it's Jaeger back in, is it, Joe?
Johnny, I've got Gerard Lopez, car number.
So Adam Christodoulou stepping out. I noticed that Mercedes is steering from the rear, which is never good, and it may well be the rear left suspension that has an issue there, so that's not going to be the work of a moment either for the number 6 car, driven by Andy Ruhan. Let's head to Bruce Jones at the other end of our pit lane, powered by Nismo.
Three cars in Pro-Am. I think position 4, 5 and 6. And, he had 1 car second front, 1 car half a second behind. I don't know, he must have hit one of the guys, and one of the guys hit him.
Can he tell you what the damage is and which corner?
Well, we'll see it now, because the car's coming in, so...
OK, thank you, Jared. I'll describe it when I see it. So Gerard Lopez feeling quite depressed at the moment. This was supposed to be a nice break away from the world of Formula 1, a chance to get away from the troubles of all of that. But the number 6 will be down with us. It's 3/4 of the way down the pit lane, and I'll take a look when it comes to a halt.
Meanwhile, Paul Truswell has an update on the 159 car, which is the other machine stuck out on the circuit and needing intervention vehicle to get it back to pit lane, presumably.
Yes, there's actually 2 intervention vehicles there. I've got a tow truck and also a flatbed. Where it's stopped is on the right-hand side, driver's right, which is where you want to be if you're stopped, because then you can get it back into the paddock area more easily. But it's on the right-hand side of the track, just before the bowl, turn 14. So it's between turn 13 and turn 14. And I'm imagining that they're actually intending to run this with a local yellow, because I think if they were going to throw a code 60, they would have done so by now. So there's two intervention units there. The car itself, again, it looks a bit like it might be a gearbox locking problem or something. There is power, but there is no motion.
Let's just head down to Bruce Jones. We've got an interview with Adam Christodoulou not very far away, because of course he's out of the number 30 car. But Bruce Jones, you've got an update on another machine, I think the number 6.
Yeah, very quickly. As it was pulled in behind the tow truck, it was crabbing down the pit lane, and front right and rear left, showing an equanimity across the car. Both damaged at the moment. Too much tow out on both.
Yeah, it came in at the end of a tow rope, didn't it? And steering well and truly from the rear of that car. Good to see the Chevy Corvette back out, though, after that fuel line problem. And the number 19 machine has dropped way down the order. Came in from 5th position, you may remember. Well, now its door number matches its position. Nicky Pastorelli circulating in 19th position, which puts it 5th in class, but quite a way down if you clump all the A6 cars together in one division. So A6 Pro, headed by Yelmer Berman. Second place, Johnny Adam. Third position is Lance David Arnold. But actually, Matt Griffin, who is going so well in the number 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari, done 167 laps and is 90 minutes into what can only be a 2-hour stint in this part of the race for Matt Griffin. And then he needs to take, if it is a 2-hour stint, 80 minutes off, because the rest time has to be 2/3 of the stint length that you've just done. So 19 going through this sequence of corners with Nicky Pastorelli at the wheel. He's got a lot of ground to make up. This will give us chance, though, to head down to our pit lane, powered by Nismo. Eat, sleep, race, repeat. And it's Joe Bradley who's found Adam Christodoulou.
Yes, just coming off the pit wall now to join us just outside of his pit garage. Just having a report of his team manager. That's the most important person. Adam, on a scale of 1 to 10, on a scale of 1 to 10, what sort of pace are we seeing out there from you guys?
It's going pretty well. Obviously, we dropped back a little bit earlier on, and we're just like chipping away at everything now. Obviously, it's gone into the dark, so we just got to play a little bit safe. Obviously, not take too many risks. It seems like now it's got darker, there's a few more people going up and making mistakes. So I think our pace was pretty good. So my first stint seemed to go really well, and then the second one was a little bit more traffic, and just it depends on how you catch some of the cars. Sometimes it's really nice, and you can get past 10 of them, no problem. And then other times there'll be 2 or 3 fighting among themselves, and it's a bit of a nightmare. But obviously the pit stops have gone pretty well. The team's going well, obviously. We've got a top driver lineup as well, so we're just chipping away. We're at the right end of the results at the moment, anyway.
Must be very, very difficult out there, because all it is bright lights, really, isn't it? You can't distinguish which cars are which.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same for everyone. As soon as there's a car behind you, literally all your mirrors are bright white, and you can't tell if they're 50 metres behind you or only 10 metres behind you. So obviously there's quite a bit of risk. It's the same for the little cars as well. Obviously, it's extremely tough for them. You're having to sort of predict what they're going to do and where you're going to overtake them. It's not easy, but everyone's in the same boat, and we seem to be managing pretty well at the moment.
Give us an idea now, before you get back in the car, what sort of cool down and preparation will you go through? What's the process now for you?
Well, I just spoke to the manager and the engineer and just told them what I thought of the car. At the moment, our interior light isn't working, so we're a little bit blind inside, but it doesn't really matter too much. Obviously, the Mercedes generally is bulletproof, so it shouldn't really be anything we have to do too much inside. Now I'm probably just going to go and grab some food and drink, have a quick wash, and go and shut my eyes for an hour or 2 probably.
Great, we'll let you get on with that, Adam. Thanks for talking to us. Cheers, mate.
That is Joe Bradley speaking to Adam Christodoulou, fresh out of the number 30 car. Thomas Jaeger now at the wheel of the Ram Racing Mercedes, running in 7th position. And it's actually behind the leading Carrera Cup class car of number 997, number 26 rather, Anders Fjordbach, in the Black Falcon car. We've already heard from Joe Bradley. Let's go to the other end of the pit lane and Bruce Jones.
Matt, it's safely after dark here, but it's been a bit of a battlefield out on the track. But Dragon Racing started 17th, you brought it in 3rd, so something's going well.
Yeah, I mean, we're 3rd overall and leading Pro-Am, and our car is fantastic. I mean, we chose in the beginning of the weekend to do the Pro-Am class, and once we decided that, we worked that. In fact, we haven't actually done a lap time under 2:04 because we've been working to that and really trying to make the car not necessarily fast, but something that's very adaptable. And I mean, for most of that stint, I was with Johnny Adam. I passed him 3 times, and 3 times I had to let him back pass when I was going to do a faster lap. So, and where I was, obviously, he's off the leash, so he can do the lap time. But where I was better than him was through the traffic, and I think it's because our car is so adaptable. So there's a long, long way to go, but we're going really, really well, and I'm really happy with the car. So fingers crossed it continues like this.
So is it in physically fine fettle as you hand it over to Rob Barth? Is all okay? No little niggling problems?
No, so far the car feels fantastic. I don't want to say anything too good to curse it, but no, it feels really good. I mean, this Dragon Racing team is a fantastic team. It's a really, really great team. Based here in the Middle East, based in Dubai. Leon Price is the team principal. Ian Bickerton is the team manager, and the group of guys they have is fantastic, and what they've done to the car in terms of preparation is second to none. So I'm confident our car will be strong, but at the end of this is motor racing, so we're keeping our fingers crossed.
I know they present a beautiful car, but it started to get that lovely mid-race sort of patina, a little bit of oil and lots of rubber all over it.
Yeah, I mean, I love that. I mean, for me, a car's at its most beautiful when it finishes a 24-hour race, and particularly if it finishes in 1st, 2nd or 3rd place. So I'm all for guys who lacquer the race cars after they finish 24-hour race. I think it looks fantastic.
So especially if you get the big one. Well done, Matt Griffin. Dragon Racing going great guns.
Yeah, very much so. Back to Rob Barth now for the 4th placed overall and class leading, A6 AM leading 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari. Meanwhile, Jelmer Berman has been in for a fuel stop, remains in the fuel area actually. 172 laps now, Paul Truswell, completed by the leader.
Yeah, that was a 39-lap stint as well for Jelmer Berman on that tank full of fuel. So a good long stint for him. And compared to the Aston Martin, for that is the closest competition. The last stint from the Aston Martin was a mere 25 laps. So I think that was fuel and, 25 laps, goes back 37 laps it was, wasn't it, for the Stefan Mucker. That's right, Stefan Mucker did a 37-lap stint, but interestingly that the Mercedes has now done 6 stops compared to the Aston Martin, which has only done 4, and therefore will be due in fairly soon, number 28, Johnny Adam, having been out there now for 36 laps himself. So if he does the same length stint as he did last time, then the Aston Martin Johnny Adam will be in next time around. It's going to be interesting to see whether the Aston can take the lead again, because on the last round of fuel stops he was able to take the lead, or the Stefan Mucker was at the wheel of the Aston, and he was able to take the lead that time, and trying to keep an eye out of the window at the same time as all the array of screens to actually see whether he's able to go through and take the lead again, Johnny. He's in the pit lane.
Yeah, he's just come in now, 5 seconds ago. And I was about to say, in terms of a stint length, Johnny Adams, okay, he's in the safe margin because he'd only done 90 minutes. But clearly that car is low on fuel. It's in fact stopped outside its garage, and Johnny Adam
is out of the
car. So there is a driver change taking place, and
it'll be Paul White getting in.
Paul White, I beg your pardon.
Because there's nobody else to choose from apart from Stefan Mucker, but of course Stefan did the last stint, so I think between the 3 of them they'll rotate it in turns.
Yeah. And presumably keep that sequence going of Mucker, Adam and Paul White, who is in the car now, and it pulls away from its pit box, but it won't go back into the race because it'll need to be fueled first of all. So up to the fueling area it goes.
Still work going on to try and retrieve that Audi R8. We kind of perhaps overlooked the fact that they were still trying to retrieve it, but the problem seems to be getting it onto the flatbed. They can't pull it on, it would seem, because all the wheels are locked, and there doesn't seem any other way of getting it actually onto the flatbed. So we've had that car there for at least the last 15 minutes, I would say, and still it's not come. As I say, they've not managed to sort it out and get it onto the flatbed trailer just before turn 14, just between turns 13 and 14, that car. Yeah, it's been there, sorry, just to finish that point, it's been there now for 18 minutes, that car, since it last started a lap, so a long time to be just sat stationary beside the track.
The timing and scoring screen from BRM Watches, our official timing partner, tells us that Hubert Haupt is now on board the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes. Started its stint 40 seconds ago, so only just back out into the race and on into the second sector. Hubert goes now on this 173rd lap for the number 2 car. And prior to its stop, the KPM Racing Aston was something like 4 3/4 minutes behind the Black Falcon race leading number 2 Mercedes. So Paul White now on board the number 28 Aston, which is in the fueling area. Lance David Arnold has got ahead of Rob Barth because, of course, Rob's just taken the 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari over, so Lance David Arnold staying out, and he is now 95 minutes into his stint.
I think that gap might be slightly misleading on the gap between first and second, Johnny, because 4 3/4 minutes would make it more than 2 laps, and the gap was only a lap and a third, so I think it's probably more like 2.5 minutes, maybe 3 minutes of a gap, not much more than that, I don't think.
Okay.
So I think that's just a misleading gap that's given us by the time between the two cars came in for their pit stops.
Yeah.
But because Jonathan Adam effectively did an extra lap on his tank full, then it made the gap a little bit longer than you would have thought it would have been otherwise.
A slow car coming into pit road, in fact 2 of them, but I think it was because the second of those was caught up behind the first slow-ish car, and is that the Audi R8, which is trundling its way into the pit entry road, smoke issuing from the back of the 159 car, the red Camel entry, and it was the 75 BMW that was caught up behind briefly. That Beamer looks okay in its rather smart paint job with the sort of aqua type blue, teal type blue with the double green body length stripe over the top. It stopped outside of its pit garage with spotlights illuminating the front and rear, and there is the 159 Audi, which is looking very smoky indeed.
And also coming into the pits at that moment was the number 10 GDL Racing, the GT Russian Mercedes SLS, which had stopped earlier on itself with gearbox problems and had a long pit stop. So those two cars, seemingly the Mercedes running okay again, but the Audi R8 being inevitably pushed into the garage. Meanwhile, back on the track, Johnny.
Joe Osborne, which has come to a halt, the number 8 888 run BMW Z4 from 10th position. It runs in A6 Amateur. It was 4th in that class after 168 laps, but it's come to a halt the very end, well, not quite the right at the end of the main straight, but to driver's right, just before the chevron area that splits the pit lane from the track. Joe Osborne has sensibly pulled it over there, and it's up against the wall. Now, presumably he's in radio contact with 888 to find out exactly what to do, maybe going through a restart procedure. Meanwhile, the 75 BMW, which I described as coming down pit road, there is an intervention vehicle now with Joe Osborne. Of course, that's a potentially very long route all the way back to pit lane that Joe will have to take. Hopefully some of the in-roads that you can use in a method to get back to the paddock and still be able to get back into the race. Hopefully some of those will be utilised to make the journey as short as possible.
It was Sarah Tognuti of the Hoffer team that had brought the 75 car in, and that E46 M3 Coupe being worked on. In fact, it is heading away from its pit garage now, and I guess down to the fueling area, with potentially a driver change for that car. Meanwhile, Joe Osborne is moving again, but unfortunately for him, via the power of one of many pickup intervention vehicles around the circuit here at the Dubai Autodrome, and it will certainly have to use turns 1 and 2 to head down towards there.
Yeah, there's a service road just after turn 1 though that it can pull off into.
Good. Okay. And these drivers having to be very wary of the intervention vehicle, which is keeping to the curbs sensibly, but the route into turn 1 could be rather dramatic. Hubert Haupt leads the way in this 10th running of the 24 Hours of Dubai, live from the Middle East on Motors TV and in sound and vision on radiolemans.com. It's Johnny Palmer, Paul Truswell, and down in the pit lane, Joe Bradley and Bruce Jones, with a message now on our screen that car 88 has stopped at pit exit and will therefore be recovered. And that's I don't think it is car 88 because it's not even in pit road, Rob Barth. I think it should be car 8.
I think that's a little bit of finger bounce or button bounce or something. Blame the hardware. Blame the hardware, not the finger.
So a change for second place, nevertheless, because Lance David Arnold has now got ahead in the SPS Automotive Performance racing car. 173 laps done and dusted for Lance David Arnold, and he is up to second, ahead of the 28 Aston Martin from KPM Racing. So Paul White drops a position. Who's this coming down pit road? It's the 61 car now heading down pit road, which is a car driven by Sergei Lodvik, and Lodvik is part of the GTL racing squad from San Marino, driving it says Mercedes next to the name, and that was definitely a Porsche. I think I've got the wrong line in the timing stream. Nevertheless, the Hubert Haupt car is still out in front, having done a respectable time last time around, just about 7 minutes into Hubert Haupt's stint now. Lance David Arnold is in second position, Paul White third in the number 28 Aston. Fourth place Rob Barth in car 88, and Dragon Racing can take another deep breath, a sigh of relief after they realise their car is still running and leading the A6 amateur class. And via one of the internal service roads, Joe Osborne pops up in pit lane entry now behind the intervention vehicle. That happened, if you were watching via Motors TV, happened during the break that we've just come back from, and the 8 car was stopped at the very end of the pit wall, but on the track, kind of just before the chevron that separates the track from the pit lane. Now, Joe Osborne thankfully didn't have to do the full lap via a service road. That car is back in pit road now behind the main intervention vehicle. Let's head down to our pit lane, powered by Nismo and Joe Bradley, who has found the red camel Audi R8.
Now, as an Audi owner, I do not like to see Audis hit trouble. Rick Brookers, you've brought the Audi R8 into the pits with a problem. Can you tell us what that problem is?
Yes, I was in the second last corner, and another car hit me from behind. I didn't see the car, but I wasn't on the inside, so I think it's just a race accident. And there's a little bit damage on the left back side, and I don't know the exact problem.
And up until then, up until that point, the car was going good? The car was good?
The car was doing good. We were second position, but
Rick, forgive me, but you look very young. Tell me, what racing experience do you have already?
I've rode 24 hours of Barcelona, 12 hours Hungary, 12 hours of Zandvoort, and I did a few races in the Toyota Igo Cup in the Netherlands.
And this is your first time at the Dubai 24 Hours?
Yes, it's my first time, and I really enjoy it. It's a fantastic track and nice people.
Obviously, it's not your job to fix the car, and you've just left the crew to do it. Does it look really bad, or do you think the crew will be able to repair it and you can continue?
I don't know exactly. I haven't looked good yet, but I think it's not really big problem, so we can fix it.
And am I correct in thinking you are racing with your father?
Sorry?
You are racing with your father in the car?
Yes. That's fantastic.
Does he give you a hard time?
No, he's really easy on me, but he's a few seconds faster. But it's a fast car. I think I need to learn about the speed, and it's going well.
You may have to be careful. If you end up going faster than Dad, he might stop your career.
Yeah. I think I wouldn't like it if I get faster.
Yeah, I'm sure he won't. I'll let you get off and get the car sorted. Thanks for talking to us, Rick. Best of luck. Hopefully they will repair the car.
Okay, thank you.
Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. Quite a resume of races that Rick has already competed in, and actually many of them form up what is new for 2015, the International Endurance Series, of which the Dubai 24 Hours is merely the first round. 6 races planned, and this is an FIA approved series, the International Endurance Series, brought to us via Creventic, who have done a fabulous job of organising the Dubai 24 Hours for the last 10 years. After this race meeting, the second weekend of March is the 12 Hours of Italy at Mugello. Then the championship moves on to the Zandvoort 12 Hours, which is effectively a 3 hours on a Friday night and then a 9 hours on the Saturday over the 29th and 30th of May. In July, it's the 24 Hours Circuit Paul Ricard, and then they move on to Barcelona for another 24-hour race in September, and they end the year in the Czech Republic at Brno for the 12-hour epilogue in October. The other end of the pit lane for this session is Bruce Jones. And Bruce, you had a moment ago someone to interview. You still got them?
I've just grabbed Lee Mole because Joe Osborne came in the number 8 BMW, and I was hoping you could tell me what the problem is. It's now been pushed even further back. Any idea or none at all?
He's just lost drive out there, so he thought it was either gearbox or the diff, but I don't know which at the moment, so the guys are just checking it out.
But he's doggedly staying on board, refusing to relinquish the car.
We'll get it sorted.
Okay, tough line. That's Lee Mole, that's the 888 Racing. They were running in 12th place overall when that happened, so a little upset with life at the moment.
Also a drama for the number 80 car, which has come to a halt right on the start and finish line in front of our commentary box. The 80 car is the Thomas Miniberger driven BMW M3 E46 from RTR Projects, and was running in 27th in the overall standings. Where did that put it in class? The Class A5 leader. So big problems and dramas for the number 80 car, which is still stopped, not in pit lane. This is on the track, tightly up against the driver's right white line, so off the racing line, but nevertheless an issue for the 80 car, and that machine struggling to get restarted. The flashing of the LED number suggests the car is being fired up again on the old Control-Alt-Delete to maybe get it restarted. This will give me an opportunity to run through the class leaders as we stand. As we know, Thomas Miniberger still leads Class A5, such is his lead, but that may well change in a moment or two. Class A2, which is for the hot hatches towards the rear of the field, well, that's still Bezoplas Racing with their Mini Cooper, and Henry Littig back on board that car. Henry is how long into the stint? Nearly an hour and a half. It's an hour and 24 minutes for Henry Littig. There is a close-up shot of the number 80 BMW stuck in the middle. Phil Quaife leads Class A3T. That's car number 95 in the fuelling area now, which is a Seat Leon. The Class A6 Pro leader we know is Hubert Haupt in the number 2 Black Falcon machine. And Anders Fjordborg back leads the Carrera Cup division, which is 26. No, it's better than that. 7th position overall. Let's head to Joe Bradley first of all, who has an update from pit lane.
Yeah, the 888 BMW Z4, the number 8 BMW Z4 of the 888 team, is in Germany, and it's going to be in for a little while. It's got a diff issue. It's maybe needs a new one.
Yeah, we had an update from Lee Mole just a moment or two ago to talk to us about Joe Osborne's trials and tribulations. Thankfully, he didn't have to do a full lap behind an intervention vehicle. To the other end of pit lane, and Bruce Jones.
Yeah, Paul Stubber's looking pretty warm, so he should be. Just got out of the 87 Porsche, 9th overall, showing the 997 Cup cars can get right in there.
Thanks, Bruce. Yeah, we are very surprised, actually. We're running in the top 10, and we haven't done anything spectacular. We're just running hard.
You just told me just before you came on mic, the last 10 laps you really went for it a bit.
Yeah, I got in front of that Black Falcon car, and they are certainly our opposition, and I tried to break him, we got away, and then unfortunately I did start to fatigue, and I really needed to just roll back a couple of seconds and keep the car in between the lines, and he got me back. But we're in with a really good shot at the moment, so we're doing well.
Well, what are your feelings about the Dubai 24 Hours? Quite a good way to start a year.
It's a fabulous race. I was actually here in 206, and I had commitments for other racing, but I've done the last 3 years, and it's fantastic to be a part of the inaugural 10 years.
Paul, best of luck the rest of the race. Well done so far.
Bruce Jones and Joe Bradley, part of our pit lane team, powered by Nismo. Eat, sleep, race, repeat. And the number 2 car of Hubert Howe is just heading out of turn 8 now onto this long back straight, which is just about a kilometre in length. Hubert Howe approaching one of many Porsches, darting to the right hand side to skip by, and a demonstration of that part of the track, just how dark it is. They're heading up to a slightly more illuminated turn 10 now. The front brakes gleaming right red there, as it's a hard braking area into a right-hander and then a quick left-hand flick.
And you know what, that Mercedes is something's going to have to happen to it, because it's kind of tightening its grip on this race. It's already a lap ahead of everybody else. It's been continuing to extend its margin over the Aston Martin, which was in second place and is in a kind of virtual second place, because the number 33 Mercedes, which is currently in actual second place, is due for a pit stop pretty shortly. Lance David Arnold coming to the end of his 2 hours driving that he is allowed at the wheel of the SPS Mercedes number 33. But I say that will pretty much put the Mercedes the best part of 2 laps ahead of the rest of the field. He's already a lap clear, and as I say, once Lance Arnold comes in for the pit stop, then it'll be pretty much 2 laps, the gap between Haupt and the Aston Martin, the Paul White.
And I know we've got 16 hours and 28 minutes still to go, but you know who predicted that the number 2 car would win this race, don't you, Paul?
Was it
remember
Heinhoff?
that?
Or was it you?
No, it was me.
It was you. Good for you. Good for you.
Because you went for the 3 and I went for the 2.
Well, mine
it ain't going to be the 3 now. You know that, don't you?
Well, mine broke down in the first half of the race. I'm saying no more.
Truss's jinx hits again, sadly, for one part of the Black Falcon team.
And my heart was with the Fak Auto Tech team, and they haven't done very well either.
They haven't.
That's why I like watching motor racing, because I never know who's going to win.
You can't predict it. There are just so many variables in just a standard motor race, and this is bonkers, frankly, with 89 starters. And the entry pouring off an awful lot from our second screen. I mean, we should have something like 4 screens to represent the whole entry, but at the pointy end of the field, the kind of most important end, we know that Hubert Haupt in the number 2 car has completed 180 laps, and not far away now from tumbling away from, but to the tune of 2 laps is, as Paul mentions, Lance David Arnold in the number 33 SPS Automotive Performance entered car. Let's head down to our pit lane, powered by Nismo. Eat, sleep, race, repeat. And here is Joe Bradley.
Just out of the 170 Speedworks Aston Martin, Paul O'Neill. Paul, I don't think I've ever seen you this sweaty.
No. Yeah, don't go to the same nightclubs as me, obviously. No, it's real hard work out there. Long stints. I've done a bit of GT, but it's all half an hour sprints, really. But that's quite difficult. I got told this will be big, long sprints in your stint. And I thought, nah. And it's exactly that. So it's just great to be teamed up with Speedworks, and now Flick is in the car, and she's super quick, and she looks half tidy as well, and she...
Now, the problem that you had with the car earlier when you had, I think it was a gear actuator sensor went down, you've had no recurrence of that?
No, it was the gear actuator, but it was actually the fuse had popped out, and we were fiddling around, and we just reset it. So, we went out and went down to the fuel stop, started again in first gear, and it was absolutely fine, and the car's run fantastic. Just a shame we didn't see that it was the fuse at the front early doors, but that's the way it is. We're still in the game.
And it's great to have you here, because this was kind of a last-minute thing that came about.
It was last minute in everything. It was last minute as a deal. John Gilbert, who owns the car, asked me to come over. Last minute to get my licence. Just praise everybody that's been involved. My mum, everybody. So I'm just made up to be. I love motorsport, you know that.
And you can gloat to everyone back home that we're in the sunshine in January.
I know. I'm sweating a lot. It's mint. I love it.
Thanks, Paul.
Paul O'Neill, regular viewers of coverage of the British Touring Car Championship will recognise that face, but he is a racing driver first and foremost, and has been at this game for probably something like 15, 16 years. I remember him in the MGF Cup in the late 90s, and he's just handed over the 170 car, which is 57th overall, but 6th in the SP3 class to Flick Hay, as he describes. She is on her outlap in that Speedworks Motorsport run Aston Martin Vantage GT4.
Just had a quick flick down, and I reckon there's about 79 cars still healthy in this race. We've got just over 10 of them in the pits at the moment, but I think there's 10 in the pits that are unhealthy, and there's 10 in the pits that are being worked on and should see the light of day again. Nothing to stop you doing anything you like to the car once it's in the pit garages. You can change the engine, you can change the gearbox, and as I say, you can also get a tow back to the pits if you should need it. And then the other thing that helps and encourages people to keep on plugging away is that there's no classification restriction in this either. You get classified no matter where you finish. If you pull off on the first lap, you still get classified, and the results don't actually specify whether you're running or not. So we don't have the situation where you need to be running when the checkered flag is shown. So all of that just really encourages people to keep on plugging away and encourage the type of atmosphere that Preventic does, where you just get cars keeping on going no matter what it is.
Spin for the 11 Porsche, and did it stay out of the wall? I'm not sure. End of the back straight, I reckon, and yet we can see the rear, we can see the tail lights in the distance there. It was had just been overtaken by the number 88 Ferrari, which was the focus of the last couple of shots, the class leading 88 Ferrari.
I think he was...
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think he was trying to draw attention to the fact that he was back in the race, because that was one of the cars that was... he was leading the race, or in second place in the race earlier on, but he's fallen a long, long way back now, and to the point where he's 65th overall, admittedly 11th in the class. Marcus Wagner at the wheel. Into the pits, meanwhile, has come the number 33 Mercedes. Here we see the replay again of what happened to that Porsche, the Autotech car. Johnny?
Barfi got by and braked at exactly the right point. Sadly, the Porsche, though, didn't brake anywhere near the right point and thread the eye of a needle between the Ferrari turning in and another Porsche, the driver's left, and it just grazed the barrier. Shouldn't have done too much damage to the number 11 car, but yes, Marcel Wagner leaving his braking to an possibly late point, and the car was never going to turn in at that point and make the corner, sadly. But it was a good run up until that point for the 88 car. Thankfully, Rob Barth wasn't collected by that incident. I think it was a similar situation yesterday that sadly accounted for the 62 Porsche that was clouted by a very wayward number 15 Ferrari, and we haven't seen either of those cars start this race. And that was a big incident that virtually wiped off a corner of Dan Welch's Carrera Cup class car. Here comes the 11 then, which will have scrubbed its tyres rather badly. White and red Porsche with the yellow door mirrors. Meanwhile, Rob Barth continues on with that almost AF Corsa style illuminated A-pillar. The green LEDs looking great on both sides of that car on the A-pillar. Easy for us to pick it out, and it's up to 4th overall, continuing to lead Class A6 AM. Meanwhile, the 11 car from FAC Autotech comes down pit road and for some attention. And the crew of car 50 ready to receive their SP Class BMW. Or at least it looks like a BMW. It's officially entered as a GC automobile, GC10 with a V8 engine, and actually that leads SP2 with Alban Veruti at the wheel, in for a scheduled stop, I should think. Who else is in the pit lane at the moment? Andy Ruham, we know about the number 6 car and its various issues. The 8 car from 888 Engineering is still being worked on. Joe Osborne with that drive problem, and a penalty stop for the number 26 Porsche for Anders Fjordbach. class leading in the 997 class, although that is, for people that know your Porsches, that's actually a 991 iteration. But it's a Carrera Cup class, which involves 17 cars this year, coming in from 7th place overall. That's what the 7 on the rear wing strut indicates.
I think it was only about 10 seconds penalty. It could have been a lot worse than that, Johnny.
And Fjordbach clambering out of the Black Falcon car. Actually the 4th entry from Black Falcon, once you take into account the 2 Mercedes and the 2 Porsches spread across a couple of classes.
Yeah, Black Falcon first and second in one race and first in the other one, because they're second there. They are the nearest competition to that car that's in the pits at the moment. The 3rd placed car in 997 being the GDL Racing team car, number 87, which is in 12th place overall, and another team that's running cars in both the 997 class and A6.
Paul White drives the number 28 car, the KPM Racing Aston Martin, which runs second on the road. A mention for Valentin Sebastian Pierberg, who's just brought the 33 Mercedes back out into action as well. Done 181 laps as the 3rd placed car. And Valentin back on board now, the silver and blue machine. Meanwhile, 28, it is Paul White overtaking the Ginetta, 163 Ginetta, and heading up to the BRM Watches hairpin. Hard onto the brakes then for Paul White, part of a 3-driver lineup for KPM Racing this year. Johnny Adam and Stefan Mucker have done a fabulous job in their stints, and Paul White is keeping that car in contention. His lap time's very respectable for a driver with his experience. 2:05.6 it did last time around, and it's just working its way through the double clipping point, not quite double apex corner. It's all classed as turn 14, but you keep it tight on the entry, let it wash out very slightly through the middle of the corner at turn 14, and then cut back in again to get a good exit into out of 14 and into a right-hander, which is turn 15. Here comes Paul then, over the line to complete another lap. That's 183 laps done now for car 28.
And not very far behind him is the race leader, number 2, Hubert Haupt in the Mercedes. There he goes now, and I would say at the rate that Haupt is closing on Paul White, that it's only going to be another couple of laps before that is then a 2-lap gap between first and second places. Hubert Haupt lapping at the moment at least 2 seconds. On that occasion it was 2.8 seconds faster, and on the previous lap it was 3-point-something seconds. So Haupt is gaining hand over fist on Paul White, and that will be fairly inevitable, I think, before either of them come into the pits, that Haupt manages to put 2 laps on the second place Aston Martin.
The Attempto Racing Porsche getting a wriggle on in the hands of Philippe Vlasic, down in 10th position, but Philippe just had done the fastest time of that car so far in the race, a 2:03.7. And the next car on Philippe's list in terms of overtaking will be Manuel Metzger in the 2nd place in terms of class division, 2nd place 997 car, number 25. As Paul said a moment or two ago, it's Black Falcon who lock out the top 2 positions within the Carrera Cup division. 26 from 25, and Anders Fjordbach brought the 26 car in, had to stop briefly for a penalty. And speaking of the penalty box, the number 4 Ferrari's there now. Peter Cox has brought the A6 Pro car in.
Not the first time that car's been in the penalty box, I seem to remember.
Didn't think so,
Johnny. So.
And it very nearly balked it did balk the 79. The 79 had to get off the gas there as Peter Cox pulled right into the path of it.
More trouble at the exit of turn 10 as well, Johnny. There's a recovery unit just on the outside of the exit of turn 10. I can see the recovery unit because it's got bright yellow flashing lights and headlights on it, but I can't see what it is recovering at the moment. But, probably slower lap times as a result of that. In fact, Hubert Haupt goes through. Yes, he's about 2 seconds slower than he was on the previous lap. And he's already lapped Paul White, hasn't he, on that lap, because he goes through before Paul White does. The car that is off is the number 80 car from 36th place. That's the
run by RTR Projects.
Yeah, it's one of
from
the
the Czech Republic.
BMWs, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's a BMW M3 E46, driven by Siahai Pavlovets. And the 80 cars had one or two issues as well during this race. Where is it in class? It's the second placed A5 car. It was the 80 car that stopped on the start and finish line for a little while, wasn't it?
It was, yes, and that's on its outlap. So I just wonder if they repaired it, sent it on its way, and whatever it was that they repaired didn't repair at all.
Indeed. And the problem has reoccurred. Meanwhile, down at turn 10, at the end of the long straight, goes car 28. Paul White turning right, then turning left, and he is about to be lapped for the second time by the race leader, Hubert Haupt. They go past the incident that involves the intervention vehicle, and Paul White is going to stay clear of Hubert Haupt, who dives up the inside there and puts 2 laps on car 28. Thought for a frightening moment then that Paul White hadn't quite seen the 2 car, and it looked from the distance that our camera point is, there may well have been side-to-side contact. I think they avoided that though. A bit more traffic to negotiate at turns 14 and 15 and back into the slightly more floodlit area. Heading into turn 16, just nipping up the inside there of a Honda Integra. And then back towards us. We're high up in the main grandstand where our commentary position is this year. Over the line goes Hubert Haupt. We know he leads, but so that's 187 laps done now by the German driver. And Paul White, 185. So 2 laps, more or less exactly, for the Black Falcon 2 car. That's its lead.
And then in third place, the Dragon Racing Ferrari, and he is on the same lap as Paul White. So and then behind the Ferrari is another Mercedes, which is almost a minute behind the number 33 car, having just had its pit stop a few minutes ago. And into that car, as you said, Johnny, didn't you, Valentin Pierbourg, the number 33 Mercedes.
Coming into pit road now comes the SP2 leader, which is the GC Automobile, car number 150, and Lionel Amrouche at the wheel, also down pit lane. One of many Clios, Renault Clios here this weekend. That was, I think, the 115 car, possibly the treble one, actually, the yellow machine. And the Clio's all in Class A2. Class A2, let's just have a quick update on that. Henry Littick leads for Bezoplas Racing in his Mini Cooper. Henry Littick seems to have been in that car for eternity, but he's still within his 2-hour limit, thankfully for Bezoplas Racing. Second place in Class A2 is Jose Closer, which is the VDS Racing Adventures Honda Civic Type R, the EP3 machine. And to complete the top 3 in Class A2, it's Mads Christian Christens, who drives for Team Sally Racing in their Renault Clio Cup car. So A2 still headed by the Mini Cooper for Bezoplas Racing. So Mercedes at the top of the pile, leading Aston Martin, leading Ferrari in the form of Rob Barth's Dragon Racing Ferrari, and we are under another Code 60, Paul Truswell.
Yes.
Which is Code 67, I think.
Code 67.
Or the 7th Code 60.
I know exactly what you mean.
Better coined.
But it was well coined. I like that one. I was about to kind of do a summary of the top 10, not in the kind of order terms, but we've got 4 A6 Pro cars, we've got 4 A6 AM cars, and 2 997s in the top 10. So we were suggesting that the AM cars might have a chance to bubble their way up the order. Whether they'll stay there or not is another matter. But the Code 60, I'm pretty sure, is to enable the recovery of that number 80 car, Johnny. So we just saw a shot of that on the screens on the back of a tow rope. So I think the number 80 is on its way in on the back of a tow rope, and that's why we've got the Code 60.
The 991 iteration of the Carrera Cup car, number 26, working its way through turn 14 now, and It is Sawa at the wheel of that leading Black Falcon car within the Carrera Cup division. 26 and 25, really well placed as far as the 997 division is concerned. Keita Sawa, driving that. And the sister car of Burkhard Kaiser just coming back out into the race. So Black Falcon first and second in 997. Of course, they lead outright as well. Hubert Haupt in the number 2. 2 clear laps now in front of Paul White in the 28 car. Further down the order, the SP2 class is headed by Lionel Ambrouche, who has just had a pit stop in the GC automobile. And SP3 headed now by Adrian Barwick in the 163 car. That's the Twisted sponsored and backed Optimum Motorsport Ginetta G55. Bradley Ellis also part of that team. But it's Barwick who is a regular in the British GT Championship behind the wheel of the 163 car now. So Johnny Palmer, Paul Truswell, Bruce Jones and Joe Bradley all here for RadioLeMans.com. It's the 10th anniversary of the Dubai 24 Hours. And we are into our 7th Code 60 here at the Dubai Autodrome. So all of the field restricted to 60 kilometres per hour. The driver that has recently stepped out of the 26 car, which is the Black Falcon entered class leading machine, is Anders Fjordbach. And Bruce Jones has managed to find Anders, I reckon.
Anders, must be very frustrating at the end of your stint. You came in 7th overall, leading the 997 class, but you were called into the penalty box. Why was that?
In the start, we had I was 4th on the start, and then I saw the 87 car. He had a spin, or he was almost spinning all around, and I saw the buckler. He overtook him, and then I said, all right, then I'll go with him. So there was the penalty, and fair enough, nothing there.
Now, obviously a good stint when you had your second run in the car, just got out of the car, but you were saying to your mechanics that the tyres were a little bit worn out by the end. How long had you had them on?
First for 1 hour and 50, and then 1 hour and 50 here again, so it was... Now, next time, hopefully it will be new, otherwise I'll have a problem.
Yeah. So Keita Sawa has just taken over. He gets new tyres now.
Yeah, so now he's ready for pushing. So hopefully we will get a bigger lead.
Okay, Anders, thank you very much. Anders Fjordbach.
Bruce Jones down there in the pits. Let's have a little look back at some of the action from the early darkness hours. And as ever, there was plenty of traffic out on the circuit. The hot hatches providing some of the best action, not just reserved for the fast cars at the front of the field. The Toyota GT86, a welcome addition. 930 Porsche there, that chrome green car in the pit lane, trying to fight back. Was the last running car at one point. Has clawed its way up off the bottom of the timing screens. And some of the best action in the Porsche 997 Carrera Cup class. The top car in that class solidly inside the top 10 for the last few hours. And the Black Falcon 4 car still in the top 10 now. Oh dear, that was a nasty spin, wasn't it? I know some of that was speeded up, but he thought he had it and he didn't. This goes to show how hard everyone is trying all the way down through the field. Problems for the Jordan's Redcamon.nl Audi, bringing that car to a halt. Put the yellow flags on the start-finish line when we had the class leading BMW with issues as well, the 77 car. Rob Barth in the 88 Dragon Speed car, just being missed by the spinning Porsche. No harm, no foul, really. And back to live and back to green. And it's John Hindhaugh slotting in, hot swapping with Johnny Palmer, who's off for a pit stop of his own right now and to get recharged. Down with our friends at Cafe Nero, down in the middle of the pit lane. That's stair number 3. 87.6 around the Motor City. on Autodrome FM. Graham Goodwin, editor of dailysportscar.com, rejoins us, as well as Paul Trustwell, watching the early parts of this restart. Always a bit of a worry. I know it shouldn't really bunch cars up, Graham, after a full course caution, even in a code 60 situation. As we hear, the 217 car has had a spin at turn 9 coming out onto the back straight, but it has continued. That's the Modena Motorsport Renault. But it always does seem that when you come off a code 60 or a full course yellow, it does cause the cars to clump up together.
Bit of tricky happiness on a couple of places, I think. It's been an hour or two of a bit of attrition, hasn't it? That code 60, by the way, was just to allow the marshals to recover a car across the track. It was the number 80 BMW under tow, and then to us under tow from the inside of the circuit. The outside of the circuit needed to be across the track into pit in. So just 5 minutes, Paul Trustwell tells us, under caution last time.
How many is that though, Paul? Are we up to about 11 or 12 now?
In terms of number of code 60s, that was only 7.
Oh really? Okay.
So we've had purple 7 heaven.
Very
but
good.
A total of an hour and 43 minutes. So an hour and 43 minutes in less than 8 hours of the race. So it's still around about a quarter, a fifth of a quarter of the race has been held under neutralised conditions. And although fascinatingly, it's not as many laps as you might think. It's only 20 laps because it's so slow.
Yes.
But any chance we had of a distance record this year, we haven't got any more. Even if we'd run green for the rest of the race, I think we'd only hit 626 according to my little calculator here.
Okay.
Which isn't going to be a distance record, but it will be more than we've had for the last few years. The last 2 years were 603, last year 600, the year before that. So we're not going to hit the dizzy heights that we did in 2012. But I think kind of, if we can get to 600, we'll be doing well, and hopefully we'll get to the stage in the darkness where the number of cars goes down, and we are down into the sort of low 70s, between 70 and 75. Say it quickly, doesn't sound like so many cars.
Exactly.
But you get into a routine, you get into a rhythm, the drivers get used to it, and even though it's dark, you tend to hopefully get into this rhythm where we don't get any more purple periods, or if we do, they'll be very short.
Okay. Paul Trustwell there with us. Well, Graham, we've had it, 7-8 hours of the race, and it seems later than 10 o'clock in the evening here.
Seems a lot less than
I was thinking that when we were walking back from dinner, and
there's not been a lot of sleep though, has there been, the last
few
nights?
days? No, particularly not for you.
So it does feel rather later than 10, but of course it is quite a long night here. I think as Johnny Palmer was saying,
13 hours.
Well, we've already had more nighttime racing than we had daytime racing at the start of the race.
Good grief.
Yes, good point. And when you consider how little darkness we actually have at Le Mans because it's so near the summer solstice, although we're on the right side of the winter solstice here and the days are getting lighter, it's still the vagaries, as Paul was mentioning earlier in the week, Graham, of latitude and longitude mean that Daytona and this race have to the minute exactly the same darkness in terms of sunrise and sunset times.
So not just motorsport, but geography too.
Oh yes, that was a second level course in the Open University.
Meanwhile, while we've been talking about this, we've had a couple of minor incidents on track. The 217 car, I think you mentioned, John, but also Tom Oliphant has had a bit of a rotation at turn 16 of the 169 car.
The people asking about Tom, actually. We'll try and get a chat with him in a wee while.
That is the Speed Works. Is that their Ginetta?
The 169, yes. That is, I think that's the 55. Is it? No, that's the 50.
Yeah, that's the 50. And Tom also announced today as being a full-season partner for Rick Parfitt Jr. in a GT3 Ginetta for the British GT Championships. That's very good news.
Yeah, what was that? The 169, yes, that's right, it's the G50. Which means that Rick, of course, leaves his GT4 drive that he's had for the last couple of years.
He does indeed. It also means that Team LNT will have a pair of GT3 Ginettas in the British GT Championship alongside a pair of their LMP3 cars in the LMS. So for a team that has never quite packed it in, they're having a huge resurgence in 2015. They're going to be very busy boys and girls indeed.
And if Rick's old team, need a lead driver for the...
I can think
I'm
of
the
a few
man.
people.
I'm the man.
Yep, there you go. He said it. He went straight for it.
I went straight. I know at least I can get into a G55 GT4 car. It's been done.
I should tell you, viewers, that's a car with a closed roof. So that's no mean feat. Well done to LMT for being that accommodating.
Alan Prosser has just tweeted at Specutainment. Paul was telling us how much Code 60 we've had in the 7 Code 60 sessions. Far less time than some other series, and certainly last year at places like Daytona and Sebring. And it's the key thing about this, Paul, about Code 60. We know it's not perfect, we've said that before, but it's how quickly you get back to racing. Incidents will happen, and nobody, I think, has any issue about neutralising a race on safety grounds. It's how quickly you get back to racing once the incident has been cleared up, and it's virtually instantaneous here.
You switch it on, you switch it off.
Yes.
You switch it on, you switch it off.
And whatever else people like or don't like about Code 60, that must be a plus point.
Exactly, and I think the other thing that does it for me is that what happens, even if it does kind of stretch a gap or squeeze a gap up, it doesn't happen very much. It only is a little bit of a squeeze or a little bit of a stretching of the gap. It's not like you can suddenly hand a lap to somebody else.
Nope, absolutely right.
And you leave the pit lane open all the time, and that enables strategic choices to be made as well.
That's another hour of racing that we've gone through. It is the Hankook Dubai 24 hours, 10th running, and you're listening live on RadioLeMans.com. Sound and vision there, as well as our TV partners syndicating around the world. 15 hours and 58 minutes still to go. So another hour of racing has gone by. We've already been racing more in the darkness than we have in the light. Oh, a little bit of a mixed braking point there for the 70 BMW. Now, is that a problem? It may well be. Coming out of turn number 14, just got on the wrong line, and now the tyres are going to be dirty. Smart bit of work by whoever is behind the wheel of that 70 car, staying out of the way through turn 15. It looked like they were coming into the pits anyway, but certainly made their mind up, but didn't pull back onto the track in front of the faster cars with dirty tyres. That's a very smart bit of work, Graham.
And while we're watching that, as the 70 car does make its way safely back down pit lane, John, we've seen a change for a significant position, and a potential podium position. It's the third position car in A6 Pro, and the fourth position car overall has now gone the way of the Ram Racing Mercedes ahead of the 33 SPS Automotive car. So Thomas Jaeger regains a spot and continues Ram Racing's recovery up the order. Now fourth position overall, 56 seconds back from Rob Barth, but of course Barthy in third position can't break the 204 barrier, whereas Thomas Jaeger most certainly can, Paul.
Thomas Jaeger's got less fuel aboard his Mercedes than either Rob Barth or the number 33 Mercedes has. So although that has been a change of position improvement for the Ram Racing car, it may be one that's kind of short-lived and pendulum swings one way and the other, which is what we're seeing as well, because the other thing that will happen is Paul White will have to come into the pits as well before the number 33 Mercedes even, and although we've got a car 2 laps ahead of everybody else, it's fairly close behind that. And I suspect that the number 33 Mercedes is going to be able to get itself up into second place, just as the pit stops go through and happen.
There's another interesting little debacle going to occur here, and it's going to occur again in the A6 AM class. Now, leading that class at the moment is Rob Barth, the number 88 car, third overall in the Dragon Racing Ferrari. Second place is the number 67, the GTL Racing Mercedes-Benz, but catching that car and catching it quickly is Nick Hammond. This is the American GT Academy winner in the Team RJN GT Academy GTR, Nissan GTR. Now, why is it interesting? Well, number one, it looks as if Nicholas is going to get by, it's Luke Brahms, I think, isn't it, in the 67 car, to second position, which will mean he's sitting second to his race tutor.
Good point.
So it is teacher and students looking like they're going to be battling away for podium positions here, because Rob Barth, of course, amongst the many hats that he wears professionally, is
how many hats?
He's got so many hats, Not quite as big as the baseball cap we often see on the top of Tom Onslow Cole's head for a rock star. That's why he's got such an enormous helmet, by the way.
He never takes that off.
He's not contractually not allowed to take off the baseball cap. But no, Rob does look after the GT Academy boot camps, doesn't he? Race camps.
Yes, he does. You also. Rob's been around the racing scene for a very long time. I've actually commentated. He's been my expert witness, if you like, a couple of times in events, and he's very, very good indeed. Great guy to talk with about all sorts of things. Put a microphone under his nose, though, and he instantly snaps into Super Pro mode. It was quite funny listening to the conversation that was going on before the mic went live, and then he's into soundbite mode.
There wouldn't be scurrilous gossip included in that conversation, would there? But he is, you know what, consummate professional. I first met Rob when he was partnering Martin Shaw in Shorty's self-built TVR Serpra Speed 6, the first ever what we now call GTE spec car to beat a Porsche, to win a race, an international race in anything other than a Porsche. It was that TVR, and that was Rob and Shorty, kind of turn of the century time. And here we are with Rob, I believe we can say so because he's in the car, it's just turned 40.
Underrated driver. I don't think he got the success that he deserved as a driver. People forget about his career
super bloke.
Early on.
Super bloke.
3 abreast again, and it's 3 hot hatches. That's a Golf closest to us, the 104. And round the outside goes one of the Clios. Oh, I can say Buffalo Gals there. Somebody asked for that earlier on as well.
Is that one tick off the box on the
on the
bingo?
The original Le Mans bingo card. Absolutely. All done. Only the second week of January, we're having some great racing already, says Josh Barrett. Ryan Williams, Dubai on the box, live timing screen, the Radio Le Mans gang on commentary. This is my kind of Friday night. So thank you very much. Simon Hawkins says, got the telly on with the big screen and the big sound system as well. Josh, endurance racing but is by far my favourite sport. I'm in total heaven when a good 24-hour race is on. Thank you for all of that. That's coming down through the Twitter at Specutainment and at Radio Le Mans.
Spin out there for car 96 in the darkness at turn 7. That's the scene of the first couple of dramas we had, of course, in the race. And we've still got number 8 still with a diff problem. A half an hour now in the pits. Is that right, Paul?
So just less than 8 hours, just over 8 hours rather, gone. And still plenty of battles going out there on the circuit. The number panels showing up fantastically well in the darkness and really helping us as commentators see quite clearly there on the 25 car. The number 12 showing that Black Falcon car in 12th position. And these are all overall positions, of course. And here they are, the Black Falcon number 2 team. That number 2 car will have the number 1 next to it. Hubert Haupt, who leads. He's completed 196 laps on 194. Paul White's back behind the wheel of the Aston Martin in second. Rob Huff now up into third in the first AM car. Going down through the class leaders, it is the Black Falcon 26 car in 9th that leads 997. Down all dominated by A6 Pro. There's the SP3 163 Optimum Motorsport car down in 27th position. Their leader is a little ahead of them. That's the 150, the GC automobile.
SP2, sorry, that's the SP2.
Sorry, that's the SP2, yeah. So it is the Optimum guys who are leading their class. Just behind them as well, we've got the GR Motorsport BMW 77 still leading their class despite stopping on the start-finish straight. And also in the Cup class, right in behind them, a great battle there, just 30 seconds between the 76 and the 71.
It's the Racing Divas, John.
Yeah, back in the fight after dropping away a little bit earlier.
Absolutely.
So that's after 8 hours. Ram racing car, well, what a return to international endurance racing for Dan Shufflebottom and the rest of the team. Based right next to Silverstone. Thomas Yeager drafted into the squad. Matt Griffin talking in glowing terms about the team that he was racing with. He said with, not for, and I think he meant that great team spirit there at Ram. And Johnny Molam and Matt Griffin winning the European Le Mans Series a couple of seasons ago. But if you remember, Graham, this was their debut race in the GT3 Ferrari.
They ran this race twice, I think, in the GT3 Ferrari. Came last year with
Smithy run with them.
Guy Smith did indeed run with them, and was it Stefan Johansson last year?
Oh, right.
They had another additional driver. So it was. Meanwhile, by the way, John, I'm just looking beneath the desk we're sitting behind at the moment. See that the 74 car is in trouble. That's one of the BMW Cup 1 class cars, and that's significant because Jörg Müller is amongst the drivers of that car, showing us 47th overall at the moment and 3rd in the Cup class, but they're clearly having some issues. The car is on the jacks and they're just running the engine. There's tension under the bonnet. I don't know if any of the guys are around that can go and see what exactly the problem is here, but that is clearly a car in some trouble.
That'd be a shame. It was Hugh Chamberlain, wasn't it, who always used to say, if you're going to fall out in a long race, at least make it early, whilst the hostelries may still be open.
I thought for a minute you were saying it was Hugh Chamberlain, the Ram racing car. I thought that's a bold call. But no, here we are, and we're now, an hour and 3/4 away from midnight here locally, John.
Just carrying on with this Carrera Cup loving that I'm having at the moment, because the more I look at this, it is just, those are the cars to come and do this racing. The top 10 in the Carrera Cup race, should I say, the Cup class, are all in the top 25 overall,
right,
with the first car inside the top 10.
And I should say as well, John, that they're within just, it's 11 laps of each other. So there's 11 laps between the top 10.
Corey Marvin asking why do the A6 cars have to run to the 204? It's only the A6 AMs that have to do that, and they don't have to, they select to. Anything that's under 204 has to go in the Pro class. If you're in the AM class, you get a 30 kilogram weight break, and you get slightly different fuel regulations.
It's 5 extra
as well.
litres, I think.
5 extra litres, thank you, Graham. But you opt to do that.
Yep.
You don't have to, but if you've gone under 204 in the official sessions, you don't have the choice.
No.
It's only warm up on race day morning that you can blow through the 204.
Within AM, there is 2 cars that are running at the 206, which gives them a 50 kilogram weight break and 120 litres every time.
Okay.
So that's almost worth having.
All right.
Okay, that's a big difference, a very big difference. It is the Hankook 24 hours. It's the 10th running of this, well, kick-off really to the endurance racing season. We're live from the Dubai Autodrome. Black Falcon just doing what we expect them to do. It's been a slightly less hectic build-up to the race for them than in previous years. They've been a little more anonymous in some respects, and we sort of said we weren't sure how their race preparations were going. But at the moment, at least for the 2-car, Paul, it's what they wanted to see.
Well, it is, but you don't want to take your eye off the ball, do you? Because we've still got 15, just nearly 16 hours of this race to go. We're only just 1/3 of the way into it. After 20 laps of a 60-lap race, would you sort of say, oh, well, it's all cut and dried now? Anything but. And we've already seen the number 3 car, which I put my money on the number 3 car, but I was expecting that one to run trouble-free, and all of a sudden it came in having had some accident damage. We've had the number 1, which ran like an absolute Swiss clock last year. It'll be our own chronograph now.
Very good.
Yeah, you see. But it ran so well last year, and it's gone out. I mean, at the moment, and one of the reasons I've not actually gone for a break yet is that I've got a feeling that as soon as I do take a break, something dramatic is going to happen. I'm going to kill myself because I'll have missed it. So, yes, there is this 2-lapper in advance.
Can you just reiterate what happened with the number 3, please? Because Nick Holland, among others, were asking about that. That stuck down at 88 laps, of course. That was some time ago now.
Yes, what happened was that who was it? It was number... trying to think, it was at the wheel at the time. But the car had...
it was Khaled El-Koubaisi, wasn't it?
It was Koubaisi, I think, yes.
Yeah.
Came in... Oh, yes, that's right. I had a contact with car number 110, that was the problem.
Correct, sideswiped.
With the car number 110. And the damage from that was so severe that they're not that they were out of the race. They're not going to be able to get back in the race again. So that car completely out of the race.
So just a couple of changes in the order at the sharper end of the field. The Nissan GT Academy RGN car heading up to 6th position, and still only 6 laps off the lead, just gone past the Attempto Racing 99 car, and I think that was a genuine pass, actually.
It's not, John.
So we're just checking out the timing screen, looking at a change there for 6th and 7th. The GT Academy and Attempto Racing have swapped round.
It was a slightly duff call from me. You're right that the Nissan has gone ahead of the 67 car, but so has the 99 car. The 99 car is right on the heels of the Nissan,
catching it.
So you've basically had a change for 2nd and 3rd in the A6 AM, and the 2nd and 3rd place cars were 0.3 a second apart last time through.
Let's go down to Nick Damon, who is in the pit lane, can update us on some of the teams. Hi, Nick.
Yeah, it's the 2 cars from the same team. It's the Red Camel Jordans, NL1 and NL2. Very different machines. The 159, of course, is the Audi R8, which they built themselves, and the 135 is a Seat supercar, which was built by Seat. The 159, they had to move the Seat to get the 159 out. That's been fixed now with copious amounts of duct tape, and I'm sure there was some tie wraps, the 4-pound lump hammer involved, and that's now up and running again. The 135, unfortunately, that has a gearbox problem in that it only has 4th gear, and they've tried adjusting the linkage. That's done nothing so far, so it may have to get a gearbox change. They can't hit it into shape, John.
All of your favourite things. I'm surprised you didn't bring in the song there, being those were a few of your favourite things, Nick.
I was going to tap dance the whole thing, but I didn't have a TV camera at the time.
It has been pointed out to me by one Joe Bradley that your personality changes immediately there's a TV camera anywhere near you.
And that's a surprise.
Not to me.
Now I am 19 feet high on the side of a trailer. At this point, it only wears up, and I'm sure I'll be presenting Strictly Come Dancing in 2 years.
Absolutely right. Jens Jensen, hello Jens. Part of the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective, many of whom have tuned in this evening. Thank you for your support over last year, and welcome to the new motor racing year. Is the Thomas Jäger in the 30 car, is that the old one or the young one? There's 2 German races, exactly the same. One is plus 30, one is less than 30.
One's Austrian.
I
think one's isn't it a young Austrian and an older German?
Right, okay. Which one have we got here?
I don't know.
Well, there's an easy way to find out, see where his licence is from.
It's Germany.
So we think that's the older of the two. Okay, there you go, Jens. Thanks for sending that in to @Specutainment.
You know, we said about those 2 cars in A6M were very close together, John. Well, that's changed again because Philip Vlasic has gone up to 6th position and crossed the line last time around at 30 thousandths of a second ahead of Nick Hamann, who must be having the absolute time of his life aboard that car. Proper race. They've come back around now, and the Attempto Racing Man, the 99 car, this is the bright orange car, I think, from memory, is pulling away just a little from the Nissan, but it's a great stint there for Nick Hamann, a better one for Philip Vlasic.
It's becoming more and more like Test Match Special. I always wanted to do Test Match Special here on the radio. That is what I've always aspired to. Hello to the guys at the Gaff Kitchen, situated behind us here in the chill out lane behind the main stand, which is a great new addition to the facilities here at the Dubai Autodrome. They're open until 11 o'clock, so about another 40 minutes here. Graham's already sampled the fish and chip sandwich, which
good
came up.
God, yes, it was very good.
And Paul had a burger as well from those.
Fantastic.
And it smells gorgeous coming up from behind. I'm hungry again already.
Absolutely fantastic.
So thank you to the ladies and gentlemen down there. They're up till 11 o'clock tonight local time, and then reopening tomorrow at midday. They do all kinds of street food and party catering is out here in the Middle East, and they're listening in downstairs on 87.6 FM and having a great time. That party zone's going crackers behind us as well, being very, very busy behind us all day today. And I think, Graham, I think I said at the beginning of the race, originally this was never, none of the Creventic races were really spectator events. They were for the guys who came and raced here. The spectator side of things has been growing steadily. Yeah, it's not 60,000 people here, but I think there's probably 5,000 or 6,000 people here today easily.
It doesn't have to be 60,000 people here to have a good time. You know, I think there's a lot of nonsense talked about crowd numbers, and you know, when we start getting to the stage where proper events stop telling fibs about it and be proud of what they can actually achieve, you might actually see the scale of achievement of an event like this, which has built something up from nothing and is attracting people in their hundreds and in their thousands and having a good time. You bring 100 people here and have a good time, next time it'll be 120 or 130, 150. Bring 1,000, there might be 2,000 in a couple of years' time. Bring decent broadcasting to it, and it grows again.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, if you're listening and watching at home and you're trying to think, how can I get out there? Why don't you persuade your wife? It's the Dubai Shopping Festival as well. She can go shopping, you can watch the racing, everybody's happy.
And it's quite cheap to fly out here.
It's the 20th anniversary of the Dubai Shopping Festival, and this is now an event that is part of that festival and is promoted alongside it. And that's a genius bit of complementary marketing by Dubai Autodrome and Creventic. Let's just nip down into the pit lane. Joe Bradley, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, John, and welcome back. And it's regarding the 74 MPB BMW. It's a BMW Cup car. It's got one Jörg Müller, who's having to had brought that car in. He's described to me that the pedal went away from him. The brake pedal, went away from him. It didn't go straight to the floor. It was just going away from him, and he was having to pump the brakes. So he brought the car in. They changed pads and bled the brakes on the pit apron, but it wasn't having any effect. So now the car's at the very back of the garage. That's why it's me describing it, not him. And they're now delving into the system. And I tell you what, isn't that just a sign of what this race means? When you have a driver with the experience, the calibre of Jörg Müller will jump into a BMW Cup car for the hell of it and have a hell of a time around here in Dubai.
I think he helped to develop that car, if I remember rightly, Joe.
Well then, what I've just seen will not surprise me then, because Jörg is actually instigating and kind of, I don't know, he's kind of like the general foreman and the workshop manager overseeing the whole job on the brakes on this BMW.
Well, as we're talking about one of the most professional drivers in the world in Jörg Müller, and now we have one of the guys who's really, it's all about this event. It's one of the gentleman drivers, Wayne Shen. Wayne, what brings you to Dubai? Is it a race you've always wanted to do?
Yes, I heard a lot of my friends talk about Dubai 24 hours. It's one of the important event in the motorsports. So we tried last year. We really enjoyed it. So we planned the whole year to come back a second time.
Fantastic. You're in the 216 Modern Motorsports Clio. What's it like driving the car that's the slowest, so everyone's overtaking you?
Well, we spend more time looking at the rear mirror and side mirror and try to keep out the incident and giving the courtesy to the fast car. And I think that's improved our driving skill. And I think that's kind of exciting too, to avoiding all the fast guy.
So Wayne, do you prefer driving during the day, or do you like it at night better?
I think it's a different merit. You know, like during the daytime, you can pay less attention and, be more focused on going faster. But at nighttime, you're basically looking at the front, back, side, left, then you're trying to follow the fast guy and exit faster. I think it's more fun than daytime.
So Wayne, will you be planning your entire year to make sure you're back for the 2016 version of this race?
Well, definitely. I think next time we'll be more prepared, more experienced, and I think all our team, Asia team, just very looking forward to it.
Fantastic, thanks Wayne. Absolutely, these sort of guys who this event was designed for and still very much caters for, John.
And that's a very good point, Nick. As into the pit lane comes our leader, Hubert Howe. Oh, and there's a penalty. A penalty being assessed. The team member goes down there. That's not a member of the officiating crew. That is a team member. You have to do your own penalties, and that looked to me 10 seconds penalty, Paul.
It was about 8. It can be anything.
Yes, that's true.
They assess it based on 4 times what they reckon you gained under a code 60, for example. So if they think he was 2 seconds faster on a code 60 lap than he should have been, they'll penalise him by 8 seconds. And that's done, and now you can go down to the pit garage and have the tyres done, change the driver over.
How quick do they... I was just about to say how quick can they do that, but that's a little mistake there. There was oil again going into the back right-hand side of that car, and that's been happening pretty much right from the very start for the SLSs.
Was it just the rear tyres they changed there, or was it all 4?
It was all 4.
Okay.
And... it was Abdulaziz Al Faisal that got in. Right Turn Lover says, just as a little adjunct to your German and Austrian drivers named Jäger, the German driver almost always drives Benzes and the Austrian one almost always BMWs, so you can also tell them apart that way.
There you go.
Thank you, Right Turn Lover.
Brand loyalty.
And can I apologise to everyone, male or female, for the horrendous sexual stereotyping by my colleagues. Everyone might want to go and shop, or everyone might want to come and watch the races. I'm just saying.
Did I mention it? I'm going to defer to my colleagues. Am I right? Did I?
And I apologise without reservation. that was gross stereotyping.
I'm also very well informed, and indeed Rotation. Hello there, Rotation. Nice to have another member of the collective watching and listening. Talking about the English marshals and the European marshals who come over, they are very well looked after and very well welcomed here by the local marshals. There are a number of marshalling clubs out here who've grown up over the last few years and they are very capable of running their own events, but it's always nice to see some guys from the European side of things as well. Let's snip down to Nick Damon, who's down in the pits. Nick, who have you got?
I've got Hugo Hout. I'd like to point out also both men and women can go to the aquarium. It's fantastic at the Dubai Mall. Hupo, we spoke to you about 4 hours ago when you were in the lead, and now you've all rotated through again. You're still in the lead. Things going very, very well for number 2.
Yeah, it was a fantastic stint. At the beginning, I lost something in the car, so we lost over a minute in the pits. It was not good. Now I got stop and go penalty for 10 seconds. I have no idea why. I'll find out. But we're still in the lead. Car runs well, and everything's good.
Obviously, with 8 hours of running, the track must be very different from how it's been the rest of the weekend. Is it rubbering in? Is it now easier? Is there more grip?
Yeah, on the line there's more grip, but as soon as you come off the line, there's so much rubber. And the problem is the drivers are getting more and more unconcentrated, so it's quite difficult to drive in the moment.
Obviously, the slower drivers have been told to hold their line, and you as the faster drivers go offline to overtake them. And how long does it take to clean your tyres up after one of those overtaking manoeuvres?
If you go off the line, you need at least five corners to get clean tyres again. But that's it, for everybody the same.
So is it now a quick sleep, a bit of a drink and a quick sleep for you before you get back in again?
Yeah, I hope so.
Thanks, Hubert. Thanks a lot.
Hubert Haupt there has handed the Black Falcon 2, the number 2 car, over to Abdulaziz Al Faisal, who is out of the fuel lane and back on the circuit, just under 4 minutes from in to out. In comes the R8 Audi. This car started life as a road car and is very much not a product of Audi Sport, but keeps turning out and keeps going around. It's seldom without its issues, in fairness, but the guys enjoy what they're doing. It's the Breakers brothers in that car with a couple of other drivers whose cars didn't start the race, which is lovely to see the guys helping them out. Question here, Paul, for you from Josh Barrett, saying, is there a particular reason that the Aston is going a lot longer in a stint than most of its competitors? Is there a fuel capacity there, or is it just getting better mileage?
Well, the fuel capacity is maxed out at 120 litres. That's all that the cars will carry. The Aston Martin is allowed to refuel 110 litres at every stop, whereas, for example, the Black Falcon Mercedes can only refuel with 100 litres.
Okay.
The Aston Martin is also a tad lighter than the Mercedes. But I was going to talk about stint length if there is a moment so to do, because on that last stint from Hubert Haupt, 32 laps from him on that last stint compared to 39 laps, which is what Jelmer Berman did on his, as opposed to 31 laps, which is what Oliver Webb did. Now, if you compare that with what the Aston Martin has done on its recent stints, they did 37 laps on each of their last two stints. That was one by Stefan Mucker and one by Johnny Adam, that's his name, thank you. And then the previous stint was Paul White, which was only 29 laps. So very often it's a matter of who's in the car as to how actually long they leave them out there. The other factor, obviously, then is whether we've had code 60 or not, because fuel consumption is much lighter if the car is going slower.
In comes the A6 arm leader, Rob Barth, at the wheel of the beautifully presented Dragon Racing Ferrari 458 Italia. This is the GT3 version with its long aerial, which many people have spotted. Why is it longer? Because it can be, and they've got a little bit of LED on it as well, so that they can see the car come in.
Of that.
Really?
Well, this was one of the teams that was suffering problems in practice with GPS systems conflicting with each other. And it may be that what they've done is put a longer aerial on it to get the GPS sensors further away.
Okay.
So that's just possibly the answer. A bit of a spin and recovery for the Maserati, meanwhile. That car is continuing along and is still running in third position, SP2. Just wanted, the last two interviews we've heard from Nick in the pit lane, I think presented beautifully two of the things about endurance racing I think I love the most, John. One is the otherworldly talent of these professional drivers, and the other one is the otherworldly enthusiasm that we heard from Wayne Shen, a gentleman driver for the discipline. And it's a joy to behold when you get to talk to these guys that, you know, look, they're not as quick as Jürgen Muller or Hubert Haupt, and they never will be. They know darn well they're not going to be. But boy, do they enjoy their sport. And it's a great part of an event like this, and an often overlooked part by people that perhaps don't understand the appeal of this level of sports car racing, not just to the participants, but to some of the people who love watching it too.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And whilst we're talking about that, Paul, car 54 with the two drivers, I think the only car now that has two drivers. When the race started, the other one was the Breiters brothers, but they took on a couple of whiffs and strays from cars that didn't start in a lovely act of charity. Where is number 54? Is it still going?
It's in the pit at the moment, and it's been in the pit for... I have to go over here to find out how long it's been in the pit for.
Joe Bradley says it's just gone back out after a quick diff change.
I was going to say, if it was quick, it was something big, because it's been in there since 6:15 this evening. So that's about 3
This is the K&K Racing Team and Varek Autosports BMW 130i. It's in the A3T category, and just the two drivers. Joe was talking about the number 8 BMW, not the car that we were talking about. Sorry, mine crossed wires there.
Right, so the 54 is still in the pits, and it's been there since 6:15.
Oh dear. We need someone to find out about that.
Yes.
So that was the 888 number 8 BMW. We heard that had an issue earlier on with drive, and now that's back out after the diff has been changed.
Also back to the race.
54 was the other car we were talking about.
The 93 car, John, as we were watching.
930.
There you go. That's been a troubled run for the, I think, very pretty looking Porsche. That's a splendid wrap job they've got on that car.
And somebody in that team has an old Porsche, which is why it's 930.
Oh,
of course. They've got a 930 turbo in their garage at home, or an SE, or a flat nose, or something similar. A nice bit of work patching up the rear right-hand light, which is being cracked and is suspiciously looking like it's going to fall out. So clear tape going over that so that it stays in and it still shines. That's a nice bit of lateral thinking.
the 888 BMW, just to finish that thought, and its quick differential change was just a tad over an hour. It was an hour and 3 minutes to get that differential. Sorry, an hour and 6 minutes to get the differential change, but it is now back out on the track again.
Just dropped the car out of the top 50, I'm afraid, though. That's the problem they had. The car stopped in it on the circuits and required recovery.
And Joe Osborne is at the wheel of it.
Yeah, as he was when the car stopped.
Yeah, sad for them. And just the one BMW Z4 in what is... I mean, it's odd not to see more of those Z4s here. It's odd not to see more Aston Martins. We had a tweet earlier on which I responded to when Johnny was in the captain's chair about who else could, possibly should be here. But in terms of GT3 cars, there are a few notable absences. There's no Audi GT3s here, Graham, and no Bentleys either.
Well, the Audi's probably the biggest surprise, bearing in mind the kind of the level of success they've had with not just the factory-backed teams but also privateers too in 24-hour races. Bentley, I think, I would be pretty surprised if we didn't see one here next year, to be absolutely honest with you. But Bentley...
Well, Walter Lechner has got one here.
He has indeed, has opted not to run it, okay, but he...
There's a story behind that, I feel.
Quite possibly. It may be budget related, because the car has been running in the local GT series in the Middle East. It may be that they've opted to actually save the car, the budget and the available spares for that full season campaign. But I think it won't be long before we see a Bentley running here.
No McLarens.
McLaren could have been here. There was a potential McLaren programme which was pulled because of a conflict with another programme. But again, that's another programme where, remember, they're in transition to the new car.
650S will be the car to come here.
Now, okay, I don't know. I've not spoken to Enrico Gotti and the McLaren GT, but my guess would be it would be a stretch at this point of the year to supply car and spares for a privateer entry here.
There's a whole host of GMs that aren't here. There is a Corvette GT3, there's a Camaro GT3.
Neither of those are here, yeah, quite right.
And there's a Caddy GT3 actually, there's another GM.
The beauty of the race is that despite all of that, we've still got a great entry.
No, I'm not complaining about that. I'm just slightly surprised.
But also, it's not like it's a championship or a series which, if you miss the first round, then you've missed the whole point of doing it. The beauty of it is that even though there is now this international endurance series of endurance races run by Preventic, they're still pretty much one-off events. And there are still people who are
and long may that continue, frankly.
Exactly, and that's my point, is that it makes it work well.
The 217, I think that was. Yes, it was. The Modena very cleverly designed and upgraded Clio Cup car with the Perspex side windows with the extra lights set back into the bonnet. They call them the RX85s or something, don't they? X85, that's it. It has been tweaked a bit for racing. Still sits in the hot hatch class, of course. Sequential gearbox on those cars coming as standard from the 2-litre Clio Cup. Is that centre lock wheels? No, they've still got studs on there. That would be my next thing. 5 studs, take too long. Get the centre locks on.
The thing that I mentioned half an hour ago is kind of slowly beginning to happen. That, through the pit stops, it now has happened. We now have the number 33 Mercedes up into second place in the race, the SPS Automotive Performance car, which still has Valentin Perburger at the wheel, and that, having kind of plugged away and kept on plugging away whilst the others have pitted, has now moved up into second place ahead of the Aston Martin, which has now completed its stop and gone out again, back with Stefan Rucker at the wheel.
Ash at Jaguar, Ash has mentioned this at Specutainment. All those manufacturers listed, not a word about Jaguar. Fair point. Their GT3 version of the F-Type, not quite ready yet. It has been testing in private. It is out there. It's not quite ready to go to a racetrack yet. Anthony Warren Hag says, with 3 cars sharing one garage, how do the pit stops and tyre changes work? Well, you've got to work with the guys you're with. The garages are quite deep here, so if you're all in the garage at the same time, you have to start the cars if you've all got serious problems. In terms of working on the apron, the Nürburgring, sometimes you can have 6 to 8 cars in a garage. You have to work with the guys that are with you, Anthony, and basically the rule of thumb is that there's a gentleman's agreement that whoever's doing best in their class gets the choice if you both want to come in on the same lap. The good news here is you don't refuel in front of your garage, so it really is just an tyre change and a driver change, and then it's gone again, so it's not standing still for a very long time. And this from the 24-hour series, the 22 Lamborghini, withdrawn now with a broken gearbox. That is the Leipert car, an official retirement from the race.
A car that finished on the class podium, the A6 podium last year, second position.
Yes.
That car, including one of the guys who was leading the race, Ollie Webb, was in that car last year. Just seen an overtake on track. Gets vaguely interesting. It was the 7997, which is fourth in class, overtaking the 17, which is fifth in class, and actually that was to put a lap on the fifth place car. So the number 7 car, the electric car, which has been on almost a race-long recovery drive from a couple of early problems, is really making up ground now.